Good morning, everyone. If I could have everyone take their seats for a moment, and then we'll all stand. But in the meantime, can we have everyone take their seats, please? If the clerk would be so kind as to call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Baxter.
Here.
Commissioner Flores. Mayor Marino.
Here.
Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Sachs.
Here.
Commissioner Wise.
Here.
Commissioner Woodward.
Here.
Thank you.
Let the record show we're all here. Thank you very much. Okay, now, if you will all stand, I'm going to take the mic at the moment. Speaking of mic, we have a new beginning for Palm Beach County today. We'd like to welcome our new administrator, Joe Abruzzo. We'd like to welcome our new clerk, Mike Caruso. We'd like to welcome Doge up on the 7th floor to lead us through the next chapter of Palm Beach County and give us a roadmap of what is the best for our taxpayers and those that come to enjoy what we have here in Palm Beach County. Let's give thanks to all of those folks that are also here, whether it be our fire officials, our police, our nonprofits. Everyone is trying to do the best they can for our county and for those around us and even outside of our county. May everyone be safe in the process of doing that. And may we all remember the joys that we bring home every night and say thank you and I love you to those that we have surrounding us today, tomorrow, and forever. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, on to the agenda. Additions, deletions, substitutions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have additions, deletions, and substitutions on page 24, item 3E1. We have a revised motion and title. On page...
Hold on one second. Can you turn the volume up on the microphones, please? I know I have a loud voice to begin with, but...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start over. We have additions, deletions, and substitutions. On page 24, item 3E1, we have a revised motion and title. On page 44, item 3G4 has been deleted for further staff review. On page 76, item 3K5 has been deleted for further staff review. On page 103, item 3BB1 has been deleted for further staff review. And on page 129, item 6D1 has been deleted for further staff review. Additionally, on page 129 and 130, item 6E1 is being added on for the clerk and comptroller, providing an annual fiscal report for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024. Also deleted in special presentations is 4H. And those complete the additions and deletions and substitutions, Madam Mayor.
May I get a motion to adopt, please?
So moved.
I have a first from Vice Mayor Baxter, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 7-0. We are now on to the consent agenda, pages 16 through 116. Does anybody want to pull anything from consent? Okay, well, Commissioner Sachs, your light is on first.
Thank you so much, Mayor. These are the following items with their page numbers, and they may correspond with others who wish to pull. Page 27, 3E4, La Quinta. Page 28, 3E5, Rebel Recovery, Florida. Page 32, 3E8, HUD Continuum of Care Funds, page 63, 315, Vita Nova, page 64, 316, Loan Agreement, page 66, 318, and page 68, 3110. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, I have a brief question on item 3EE1.
I'm sorry, which one?
It's 3EE1. That's a good question.
That would be page 107,
Yes.
the Pioneer West? Okay. All righty. Those items have been removed from the consent agenda. Commissioner Powell.
Madam Mayor, can we pull item 3C4, page 19?
3C4?
3C4, page 19.
Okay. All right, so everybody get a list of how many items we just pulled from consent? May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda with those?
So
go ahead.
moved.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Flores, a second from Commissioner Sacks. Before we take a vote, we have one card on consent.
For item 3X2, Elizabeth Acamando. She's waving in support. Never mind.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? See that that motion carries. Would it be okay if we did the proclamations and then came back to consent, since we have a large group of people here and a lot of things to cover? Okay, so let's.
Need a motion?
I think we do need a motion for that.
I move to do the proclamations prior to the pulled consent items.
I have a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries. Commissioner Powell and Commissioner Sacks, your lights are still on. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and go to special presentations. Alrighty, District 7. You're up first. And then District 3.
Good morning, everyone. If I could, can you hear me? All right. If I could have Dr. Jamian Lovett and his team of parishioners, and as the First Lady here, if you all would not mind coming up to the podium.
Can you turn the mics up again, please? The ones on the podiums here? Because we know Commissioner Powell can project. But we can't hear you.
Hello?
Okay.
Testing. Maybe I need to be closer to the mic. Is that the problem? We're better? Good morning, everybody. Today we are going to recognize the 122nd anniversary of Friendship Missionary Baptist Church of West Palm Beach. Dr. Lovett, thank you for joining us. Whereas Friendship Missionary Baptist Church of West Palm Beach was organized in October 1903, and by reference of the cornerstone was created and erected on October 30th, 1904. And we honor and acknowledge past and present members, deacons, deaconess, and pastors for their deep and abiding Christian commitment, who in faith began the church and gave unselfishly. Today, its current congregation continues to move the church forward and provide valuable resources to its members and community. And several ministries were created throughout the years for the improvement and advancement of the church, benefiting the youth, its members, and community. And on April 2nd, 2023, Dr. Jamian Lovett was installed as the 14th pastor of Friendship Missionary Baptist Church of West Palm Beach. And shortly thereafter, the new Welcome Center in the sanctuary was completed. The church outreach ministries food distribution efforts originally began in September of 1995, and on July 29, 2023, the church launched a new food distribution initiative in partnership with Farm Share and Rose Trolley, feeding over 1,000 families a month. Several other initiatives have also taken flight, including the official release of the church's mobile app, Back to School Bash, Daddy and Me program, Christmas Toy Drive, First Youth Summit, First Winter Youth Camp, partner with Roosevelt Elementary School, Community Health Fair, and the SHIP Alliance nonprofit. On August 29, 2023, the church hosted a community meet and greet to introduce the pastor and first lady to the community, elected officials, and community leaders. And on March 14, 2024, Friendship Health Clinic had its grand opening in partnership with Integrated Healthcare Systems, and is now offering medical and behavioral health visits as well as limited prescriptions and procedures. On January 15, 2025, the church announced the launch of the Solomon Leadership Program Chapter, Northwest Wisdom Academy, in partnership with Tabernacle Missionary Baptist Church. And on May 29, 2025, the first graduating class of the Northwest Wisdom Academy was created. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled in regular session on this 8th day of July 2025, that the board hereby recognizes the 122nd anniversary of Friendship Missionary Baptist Church of West Palm Beach.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to this esteemed, illustrious county council, to the beloved congregation of Friendship Missionary Baptist Church. Today marks a momentous occasion in the life of our community as we gather to celebrate the 122nd anniversary of our historic church. So it's with profound gratitude and humility that I accept this proclamation that serves as a testament to our enduring legacy as well as our lasting commitment to serve God as well as our neighbors. For over a century, Friendship Missionary Baptist Church has stood as a beacon of hope in Palm Beach County, nurturing countless souls, weaving the spirit of fellowship and compassion as well as faith. Together we've weathered some storms, but we've also celebrated victories. We've grown in understanding and unity as we continue to serve our local body. This proclamation today, Commissioner Powell, it's a reminder. It doesn't just recognize the past, but also the present as well as the future. It's a call for us to renew our resolve on our mission. And so my prayer as we move forward is that we would remain steadfast in our purpose and that we would continue to look for ways to spread the gospel of Jesus Christ as well as lift up those in need, the underserved. So I express my appreciation to those who have prayed for us, who have celebrated us and supported us from near and far. And there's big ships, there's little ships, but there's no ship like friendship. Thank you.
and while they're taking their picture, I'd like to call the leadership of the of the League of Women's Voters of Palm Beach County to come up. I got Amy Kemp, President, Joyce Sullivan, Risha Allen, Debbie Chandler, and Ashley Casado Sordoval. Did I pronounce that right? Where is she? All right, we are proclaiming National Women's Equity Day. Whereas Women's Equity Day, observed on August 26, commemorates the passage of the 19th Amendment, which granted women the constitutional right to vote and marked a turning point in the fight for gender equality, and whereas the historic achievement was made possible through tireless efforts of generations of women and allies who bravely organized, advocated, and persisted in the pursuit of justice and equal rights. And whereas the League of Women Voters of Palm Beach County, since its founding, has played a vital role in empowering voters, defending democracy, and advancing informed and active participation in government. And whereas the League continues to be a powerful force for civic education, voter registration, and public policy advocacy, promoting equity and access for all citizens regardless of gender, race, or background. And whereas we recognize the enduring legacy and ongoing contribution of the League of Women Voters in shaping a more just, inclusive, and representative democracy, and whereas the Women's Equality Day offers us the opportunity to reflect on the progress and recommit to achieving full equality for all. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled in this regular session on the 19th day of August 2025, that August 26, 2025 in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed National Women's Equity Day.
Well, good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. It is such an honor to be here with you and really to accept this honor in commemoration of Women's Equality Day. The League of Women Voters started in 1920 with the sole purpose and mission to educate the newly enfranchised women with their most important democratic right, which is the right to vote. And since then, our Palm Beach County chapter was started in 1975, and for the past 50 years, we have focused on educating voters and continuing that legacy of the many men and women that really paved the way for us. So it is our absolute honor to be here with you. We thank you so much, and we look forward to continuing to support the residents of Palm Beach County.
And as a point of personal privilege from the women up here, we're going to come down and take a picture with all of you.
Thank you.
I want to give you a little support, Joe.
I love it.
Good to see you.
I was like, how did the guy get to do the presentation? How are you?
And while they are organizing for their picture, I'd like to call up Michelle McGovern, Rachel Bonlaren, and if you have any other colleagues who you would like to attend with you, please come on down. This now will be a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, declaring August 2025 as Comcast Month. Palm Beach County recognizes the critical importance of connectivity in fostering economic growth, enhancing educational opportunities, and improving the quality of life for all of its residents.
You threw me off.
And the county is committed to ensuring that every individual, business, and organization has access to reliable and high-speed internet services, which are essential for participating in the modern digital economy. And the county understands that robust connectivity infrastructure is a cornerstone for innovation, entrepreneurship, and community development. And by investing and supporting advanced telecommunications networks, Palm Beach County is indeed paving the way for a prosperous future where residents can thrive, businesses can expand, and the local economy can flourish. And the 620 dedicated Comcast Florida regional employees based in the county work tirelessly to install, support, and connect residents and businesses to the nation's fastest network, delivering reliable internet that powers communities where people live, work, and play. And our community has benefited economically and educationally from Comcast involvement and commitment for over 20 years, including the company's more than $10 million in donations to Palm Beach County nonprofits since 2010 and its opening 18 lift zones in the county, which are part of Comcast's Project Up commitment to connecting communities to internet services and future opportunities. Whereas Comcast Month promotes the commitment of Comcast as a local and state internet service provider and technology partner, improving internet access in the community by bridging the digital divide and fostering economic growth. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled in regular session on this 22nd day of July, 2025. Well, back then. That August 2025
Amen.
in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed Comcast Month.
What is story time like at the Powell House? Commissioner, thank you so much for this honor and this privilege, and thank you so much for being with us to celebrate the opening and $6 million investment in a new West Palm Beach headquarters. More than 2,000 employees live and work here in Palm Beach County, and on behalf of all of them, we thank you for this acknowledgement, and want to also thank Commissioner Weiss for being there, and Vivian from Commissioner Flores' office for joining us for the special occasion, and everyone on the dais for all of your support as we expand broadband into the Glades and into other parts of the community and continue to deliver access to everyone. So thank you so much.
And Joelle, we're going to take a personal point of privilege on this one and have a group photo.
Absolutely. So I feel privileged to be able to do women's equity and now be able to recognize our veterans and first responders. So I'm calling up our sheriff, Rick Bradshaw from PBSO, Ron Holtron, Richard Buss, Brian, Mike Durkee, Jonathan Oakley, Roy Foster, Chief Deputy Robert Allen, Jose Gonzalez, Philip Olavarria, Captain Anthony Acosta, and Dave Simpson, and any first responders and veterans, please come forward. Recognizing National Veterans and First Responder Day, whereas National Veterans and First Responders Day, observed on August 2nd, recognizes our community stands stronger and safer because of the courage, sacrifice, and unwavering dedication of our veterans and first responders. And whereas the brave men and women of Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, and Palm Beach County Veteran Services under community service go above and beyond every day, often putting their own lives on the line to serve, protect, and care for our families and neighbors. And whereas veterans of Palm Beach County have answered the call to defend our country with honor, resilience, and selflessness, embodied the very best of what it means to serve. And whereas first responders arrive without hesitation in moments of crisis, providing not only emergency aid, but comfort and hope during some of the most difficult times our community faces. And whereas their sacrifice, seen and unseen, touch every one of us, and their commitment reminds us all that the deep bond that holds our community together. And whereas today we pause to express our heartfelt gratitude to these heroes for their service, their sacrifice, and their ongoing dedication to keeping Palm Beach County safe and thriving. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled on this regular session on the 19th day of August 2025, that the board hereby recognizes National Veterans and First Responder Day. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm proud to be a veteran. I was a United States Marine and also a law enforcement with 53 years of law enforcement. You know, every day, folks, you see in the news a law enforcement officer has been killed. Sometimes not just one, but 2 or 3 at a time. They gave their lives to protect their community. And I think people just get so caught up in the daily routine, they don't realize the great sacrifice that these men and women do. You know, Palm Beach County had a 17% reduction in crime last year. That didn't happen by accident, folks. That's one of the biggest in the state. It happened because the deputies work hard every single day. They give 100% to protect their community that they live and work in. But I got to tell you, commissioners, mayor, you guys are part of that equation. You know why? We can't do our job unless you make those tough decisions to give us what we need to buy the tools, the equipment to protect this community. So take credit for being part of that equation and making that happen, because I know every year, because I've been through 20 budgets, that it's tough decisions to make. But this community ought to be very thankful to you that you make the right decision to make sure that they're going to stay safe. So on behalf of law enforcement, thank you very much. And maybe the fire guys want to say something.
Good morning. I'm Philip Oliveria, Palm Beach County Fire Rescue Division Chief. I stand before you as a veteran of the Florida Army National Guard and a member of Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. It brings great honor to speak here today on behalf of Fire Rescue. I'd like to thank the Board of County Commissioners for recognizing the service and sacrifices of our military members and first responders. These men and women represent courage, dedication, and an unwavering commitment to protecting others, often at great personal risk. Military service not only defends our nation, but also brings strong leadership, discipline, and values that strengthen every area of Palm Beach County, from our workplaces to our neighborhoods. We are proud to stand alongside our military partners, our partnership with Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, and all law enforcement, as well as first responders who serve the communities in our nation. Recognition like today's remind us that our work is valued and that together we are stronger, safer, and better prepared for any challenge. Thank you.
And we can't leave out the veterans, so Mike, do you want to say a few words?
Sure. Good morning, mayors, commissioners, and council members, and everybody here today. I want to thank you all for being here, witnessing this proclamation. How many veterans do we currently have here in this room today? Please raise your hand or stand up. So quite a... And I'm a Palm Beach County resident. You know, I served in the Army for 13 years, and I also was deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. And so this means a lot to not just me, but I know all of our and my fellow veterans that are here today. And I just want to say too that, you know, we can't do it without the help of the county, of all of you here today. And we have so many wonderful nonprofits here as well. We have United Way, Dr. Lori George is here. We also have Mission United, John Oakley. We have VSO. You know, we have also Roy Foster as well with Stand Down House. So we can't do it without
everybody here today to make this happen. And Commissioner Flores, thank you also very much for doing this. So thank you, everybody.
Want to come up here? Joelle.
May I take a point of personal privilege, if I could?
Sure.
I'd like to recognize that our new administrator is a veteran, as well as Commissioner Joe Flores is a veteran. So we're very proud to have them serve as public servants for the county. Thank you, both of you. Thank you.
Joelle, why don't we do it up here with the
I
flags?
do it up here? Here, I'll hand one to you. One to Flores. I may have to do this in sections. I'll squeeze it. I'll charge. You guys want to put the proclamation up front?
Got one here, proclamation up front.
There we go. Anybody else want to get in this?
I think your folks
Your
want
people
one.
want one.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks again to those that keep us safe and warm.
Commissioner Sachs, yep.
Since I've been given the privilege, I will go ahead and take it. Is Richard Lynn here and the Rotarians? Morning. Okay. All right. Okay, just to let everybody know what's going on, apparently there was a bit of an emergency this morning for Mr. Lynn, so we're going to go ahead, we'll present this in chambers today, and then why don't we make arrangements to do it at one of your meetings as well, so that we can make sure that, okay? All right, so we're going to be recognizing one of our residents here, born and raised in Palm Beach County, Richard Lynn, for his 60 years of dedicated service to the West Palm Beach Rotary Club. Whereas Richard Lynn, a revered community leader and dedicated Rotarian, has exemplified a lifetime of service since joining the West Palm Beach Rotary Club 60 years ago in 1965, and continues to embody the Rotary ideal of service above self. Whereas, he was born in Monticello, Florida, correcting me, sorry, I thought he was born here in West Palm, and honorably discharged from the U.S. Navy, and he relocated here on April 1st, 1959, to pursue a career in television with his brother, marking the beginning of a profound journey of civic engagement and leadership. He served with distinction in the West Palm Beach Jaycees and joined the West Palm Beach Rotary Club in July 13th of 1965. Mr. Lynn was elected president of the West Palm Beach Rotary Club, led countless Rotary initiatives, including the Dictionary Project, the Holiday Project, the Bicycle Project, the Golf Tournament, and Centennial Celebration, and provided unwavering presence and support across 6 decades of Rotary service. Mr. Lynn went on to serve as a City of West Palm Beach Commissioner and Mayor from 1975 to 76, later returning in 2003 to temporarily fill a commission vacancy, further demonstrating his selfless Rotary service and commitment to civic duty. He was an Eagle Scout and a dedicated Boy Scout leader. Mr. Lynn fostered youth development in Palm Beach County and strengthened international fellowships through the Rotary Group Exchange program with Sweden in 1995. And his leadership as chair of the West Palm Beach Rotary Foundation for 24 years led to the recruitment of over 200 Paul Harris Fellows, raising excess of $200,000 for Rotary International, leaving an enduring legacy of generosity and mentorship. So we are now proclaiming by the Board of County Commissioners assembled in this day of a regular session on 19th of August of Richard Lynn's 60 years of dedicated service to the West Palm Beach Rotary Club and to Palm Beach County and the City of West Palm Beach. So I'm sorry Richard's not here, but we're going to present, and I'm sorry, Robert is here from Rotary. He is the current serving president, and he will make sure, but we'll do this at your club meeting to make sure he gets the proper recognition. So thank you for being here.
Never underestimate the power of 2 women with a purpose. In the late 1980s, 2 teachers, Constance Berry and Caridad Asensio, noticed that a lot of the children were coming to school hungry and sick. Not knowing what to do, they decided to take it upon themselves to give free health care and open up a medical clinic. Now, how do you do that? You don't just go ahead and say, we're going to help all these children who are hungry and have no health care. Well, with the help of the United Presbyterian Church and Catholic Charities, they got a trailer. With that trailer, they opened up a free clinic, a medical clinic, for those who could not afford to go and get medical care on their own. The first day they opened, there were 400 people waiting in line. There was a need, and they filled that need. Today, the Caridad, it's called the Caridad Center, is listen to this now, the largest free medical clinic in the state of Florida, and it's here in Palm Beach County. And today, we're going to honor the people who work there and continue to serve those who are our most needy. They have 500 volunteer physicians and health professionals. It serves more than 7,500 patients every year, delivering over 83,000 patient visits each year. Now, they have a van. I've been to the Caridad Center myself many times to visit, see if everything's okay. And the most important thing is that they do need funds to pay for gas so that their van can go out and serve people who do not have transportation to get to the Caridad Center. They partner with schools, faith-based organizations, and nonprofits, the health fairs and educational workshops, ensuring that the people of our community who are the most needy get critical services for them. So today, the volunteers, staff, board members, and donors of the Caridad Center are going to be honored because today we're going to be proclaiming by the Board of County Commissioners, Palm Beach County assembled in regular session on this 19th day of August 2025. And Palm Beach County is hereby declared Caridad Center Day. If I could have Laura Callis, the CEO of the Caridad Center, Jessica Lanvin, Chief Advancement Officer, Sasha Baranoff, Marketing and External Affairs Manager, Roxy Rooney, the Senior Development Manager, come on up to accept this award. Let's give them all a warm round of applause. Like to say something.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, commissioners, for honoring Caridad Center. And Maria, thank you for being a champion of ours. You talked about our past, but I'd like to briefly share about our future and our present. Our present right now is tough, to be quite honest, but we have a staff who are extremely dedicated to the work of serving people in our community. And we also have dedicated volunteers who are medical professionals showing up every day to make sure our patients have their basic medical needs met. So thank you for honoring us today. We greatly appreciate your time and for thinking of Caridad during this time. And we hope to continue to be a beacon for all those who need it. Bye-bye.
You know, Commissioner Flores joined us for the picture. Yes.
I'm a big fan, they know that.
I'm going to call Ali Bayat, Bo Deutsch, Vincent Munn, David Dalton, and Rick Rivers to come up, please. We are declaring Good morning. We are declaring August 2025 as Florida Water Professionals Month. Whereas Florida Water and Pollution Control Operators Association, organized in 1940, is a nonprofit trade organization that promotes the sustainability of Florida's water utility industry through workforce development to protect the health of Florida citizens and to preserve the state's water resources. And whereas this organization offers water and wastewater treatment plant operator and water distribution operator training courses required for the state of Florida's operator license, 8 voluntary certification programs, and continuing education programs for operator license renewal. Whereas this organization is recognized as recognizing the importance of the Florida statute and administrative code that regulate the water industry, acts as liaison between the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and industry personnel. And whereas the Florida Water and Pollution Control Operators Association recognizes all who have played a significant part in operating and maintaining drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater systems in Florida by celebrating Florida Water Professionals Month, which applauds their constant effort to protect our health and environment. Whereas water professionals are essential first responders as defined by Florida Statute 403-865 during storms and other catastrophic events, working to ensure safe drinking water and safe disposal of wastewater for our communities. Now therefore, I, Sarah Baxter, by the authority vested in me as Vice Mayor of Palm Beach County, Florida, hereby proclaim Florida Water Professionals Month.
Morning, Vice Mayor. Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrative Abuser. Water is life. Most people think the water comes from the tap. We know better. It comes from the hard work, science, and dedication of the water professionals. In 1 year, we produce 23 billion gallons of drinking water, and we did not even miss one day. Thank you for supporting us. I appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you so much.
can see we have a little busy month today. Okay, so there are a couple of people in orange. I got the memo. We're going to be declaring September 2025 as National Hunger Action Month. And we've got a lot of folks, a lot of nonprofits in the room that support this initiative. And I'd like to invite them all up here. I've got a long list of names. Tammy Fields, Assistant County Administrator. Dr. James Green, Director of Community Services. Taruna, I never get your name right. I apologize. Malhotra, Deputy Director of Community Services. Dr. Lori George, President and CEO of the United Way of Palm Beach County. Reverend Pam Calhoun, Community Impact Chair, Hunger Relief Advisory Council. Lisa Williams-Taylor, President and CEO of the Children's Services Council. Jamie Kendall, CEO of the Palm Beach County Food Bank. Marty Latour, I didn't see Marty. Okay. Nancy Bolton, I didn't see Nancy. Erica Whitfield, School Board Member, School District of Palm Beach County. Keith Oswald, Chief of Student Health and Wellness, the School District of Palm Beach County. I didn't see Caroline. Reverend Willie Lawrence, Federation of Families of Florida. Brittany Jean Phillip, Community Impact Director, Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast American Heart Association. Paula Triana, Manager, Wellness Promotion, the School District of Palm Beach County. Mary Kay Wilson, Senior Vice President of Philanthropy, United Way of Palm Beach County. Kara Duffy, Director of Marketing and Communications, United Way of Palm Beach County. And Pedro Cunha, Manager of Hunger Relief, United Way of Palm Beach County. You heard a lot of names here. That means there's a lot of partnerships throughout our county, making sure that folks don't go hungry. Mary Kay and I know well about an organization up in the north end that the Edna W. Runner Tutorial Center that makes sure on Friday when kids go home, they have food because they don't know if they're going to eat again until Monday. So today, wearing our orange, Caroline, thanks for being here. I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation. I'll try not to cry. So we are declaring September 2025 as National Hunger Action Month. Whereas United Way of Palm Beach County and Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners joined forces in 2015, launching a bold countywide hunger relief plan that continues to address food insecurity and its lasting impact on individuals and families. And whereas the Hunger Relief Plan is guided by 10 ambitious goals and driven by collective impact efforts of 183 partner organizations and a dedicated Hunger Relief Advisory Council. And whereas overall food insecurity decreased from 14.2% in 2015 to 11.5% in 2024, and child hunger declined 23.6% to 18.1%. And whereas over the past decade, partners have worked closely to increase food security through vital programs such as the After-School Meals Program, Summer Break Spot, and the Weekend Backpack Program, ensuring children have access to nutritious meals year-round. And whereas infrastructure and innovation, including the United Way of Palm Beach County Food Finder map, the geographic pantry assessment, and a new commercial kitchen and food processing facility at the Palm Beach County Food Bank have significantly expanded the county's hunger relief capacity and reduced food waste. And whereas outreach to rural communities, especially the Glades, has expanded through initiatives such as the Tri-City Garden Project, Healthy Corner Stores, and strategic advocacy efforts to ensure access to food and resources for all. And whereas we will celebrate 10 years of impact and collaboration, Palm Beach County residents continue to face food insecurity, underscoring the importance of sustained programs and initiatives through action, advocacy, and innovation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, assembled in regular session this 19th day of August 2025, that September in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed National Hunger Action Month. Who wants to take the mic?
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Mayor Marino. Really appreciate it, Commissioners, Administrator Abruzzo, and Clerk Caruso. I'm Lori George, President and CEO of United Way of Palm Beach County. We are grateful for your unwavering commitment to fight hunger for all in Palm Beach County. From our infants to our vulnerable seniors, we're dedicated to ensure all have access to nutritious food. This year, we recognize and celebrate, and thank you for this honor today, 10 years 10 years ago, I came before the Board of County Commission with John Van Arnhem, and we asked you to invest in a research study to really understand the needs and formulate a really powerful plan, and that's what we did. And you guys have been with us the entire way. Our work is not done. We mapped out the goals going forward. We are working with over 200 partners. We invite more partners to join us in this fight, but we are in this together because we know that we need to make sure everybody has access to nutritious meals, everybody is healthy in our community, and all can thrive. Thank you for this today.
Good morning. We have a couple of people who are in the other proclamation. They'll make their way over. Dr. James Green, Taruna Malhotra, Jill Singer, and also if we could have representatives from the Community Recovery Hub of Palm Beach County, Palm Beach Behavioral Health Coalition, and Rebel Recovery, please come up for the proclamation on Overdose Awareness Day. I'm sorry, I didn't get the memo on the purple. Okay. So there's some important information in this proclamation. I think it's important for everyone to hear. We are declaring August 31st, 2025 as Overdose Awareness Day. Whereas every year on August 31st, Overdose Awareness Day is recognized in communities around the world to remember those whose lives have been lost and to raise awareness about risks of overdose. And whereas substance use disorder is recognized as a disease of the brain by the American Medical Association, and the stigma associated with this disease must be eliminated in order to encourage those with substance use disorder to seek treatment as well as long-term recovery. And whereas drug overdose is the leading cause of death in the United States for ages 18 to 45, which is more than car accidents, cancer, and suicide combined. Whereas by acknowledging all those who have been affected by substance use and disorder, we help the general public understand its effects. Palm Beach County continues to experience alarming drug overdose deaths, which were 342 individuals in the year 2024. Palm Beach County Board of County Commissioners has raised funding and staffing, is coordinating evidence-based strategies, and has led efforts to establish a person-centered, recovery-oriented system of care with partners throughout the county to effectively combat this epidemic. Whereas Palm Beach County was the first county in Florida to establish a syringe access program in an effort to increase public health and safety, and as well as build a bridge to treatment and recovery support systems for program participants. Whereas Palm Beach County has opened 4 community recovery hubs with the mission of increasing opportunities for access to recovery resources for all, aiming to empower, connect, and advocate for individuals and their families in all stages of recovery. The centers embrace all pathways of recovery, striving to diminish stigma in our community. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners, Palm Beach County, assembled in regular session on this 19th day of August 2025, that August 31st, 2025 in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed Overdose Awareness Day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Woodward, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Administrator Abruzzo. We are thrilled to have all of our partners here today to support this proclamation to recognize Overdose Awareness Day. We've made some tremendous strides here in Palm Beach County addressing overdoses and overdose deaths, but we maintain the fact that one death is one too many, and we want to do everything that we can to make sure that individuals who are in need of help, that they can get the help they need, they can get the supports that they need when they're in recovery so that we can all be successful. So thank you again for this proclamation.
just go over there. And since our next proclamation is on Fentanyl Awareness and Education Day, anyone that wants to stay and be part of this one, you're more than welcome to. That's why I moved over here, because I figured some of you would. Because we're talking about advocacy today, and we're talking about protection and prevention and education. So today, Alex Price, Ali Jimenez, Lisa Williams-Taylor, Keith Oswald, you want to come back up? And anybody else that wants to be part of this, you're more than welcome to. Because this is the declaration, this is a proclamation. Here we go. Declaring August 21st, 2025 as Fentanyl Awareness and Education Day. There's a theme, obviously, but it's all about education, and it's all about making the world a better place and trying to keep those demons quiet. So, whereas during the 2025 legislative session, the Florida legislature and Governor Ron DeSantis established August 21st as Fentanyl Awareness and Education Day, creating a new annual statewide observance to promote education, prevention, and public awareness. And whereas Palm Beach County is committed to protecting the health, safety, and well-being of all residents, especially children and young adults who are at increasing risk from exposure to synthetic opioids, including fentanyl. And whereas fentanyl, a synthetic opioid up to 50 times stronger than heroin, has become a leading cause of overdose fatalities in Florida and across the United States. And whereas the statewide observance is intended to increase public knowledge about the dangers of fentanyl, prevent substance misuse, and support education efforts aimed at reducing youth overdose and addiction. And whereas public schools and community organizations throughout Palm Beach County are encouraged to sponsor educational events and activities on this day to raise awareness of fentanyl, highlight the availability of local prevention and local treatment resources, and foster healthy, informed, and resilient communities. Whereas the school district of Palm Beach County, health officials, community-based organizations, and initiatives such as Project Overdose continue to lead important efforts to educate young people, engage families, and respond to the ongoing dangers of fentanyl. So now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners that August 21, 2025 in Palm Beach County is hereby proclaimed Fentanyl Awareness and Education Day. And I thank all of you for the work that you do to save our kids and our families, because that's who's going to take over the world in the future. So who wants to take the mic? Alex?
Well, thank you so very much to all the leaders here that have been fighting this fight in this community for so long, the Rebel Recovery leaders and everyone else who is just, honestly, we have a model in terms of leadership coalition in this county that the state can look to, that our country can look to. But it's an evolving, complex issue, and especially for our young people, and so it just takes more and more. So we're just so grateful for the leaders that we had, the endurance and the never give upness, that's not really a word I know, but the never give upness that this community has on many issues, but especially on this issue, and how we all come together no matter the differences and party. This is the one of the few things we can all come together on for our kids. And so it's just a big thank you from Project Overdose to the real leaders who do this work. We're here to do advocacy on the state and federal level and to bring in new business leaders, new philanthropists that haven't yet been involved in this issue, because it's going to take all of us. But thank you for all that you do, and thank you so much, so much.
James, you may want to go on this one. Tour director. That's the tour director. Sorry. All right, one more surprise that's not on the agenda. You're going to love this. This is a happy note. This is Doggy Day Out. Okay? This is the ambassador edition of Doggy Day Out. So you can see Tito. You didn't even hear Tito. He was sitting in the back of the room all this time with all the cheering and photographing. This is 8-year-old Tito, who on Friday, we did a little bit of a public service announcement and featured Tito. And he is now in animal care and control. But let me tell you what our thoughts are. So in partnership with Palm Beach County Public Safety's Animal Care and Control, I'm proud to launch the inaugural Doggy Day Out Ambassador Edition, with District 1 leading the effort to give shelter dogs greater visibility and some time outside the shelter. Doggy Day Out is a heartwarming program where anyone in Palm Beach County can host an adoptable shelter dog for a fun-filled day outside the shelter. From office visits to park adventures, it's all about giving these wonderful animals time to shine, meet new people, and find their forever families. Doggy Day Out Ambassador Edition is a special edition of the program where an adoptable dog is hosted by a member of Palm Beach County Board of Commissioners and their staff, ideally during a BCC meeting. This way, all of you get to see the wonderful dogs that we have in animal care and control. These doggy ambassadors help raise awareness, change perceptions about shelter pets, and showcase the love and personality each one brings. I'm proud to be the first commissioner to host a doggy ambassador, setting the stage for other commissioners to follow. The more exposure these dogs have, the better the chances of being adopted. And every adoption helps improve our animal care and control shelter numbers and bottom line, while changing lives for the better, both for the pets and their new families. Today, District 1 is proud to welcome our very special doggy ambassador, Tito, whose big heart and wagging tail represent the many adoptable pets waiting for homes at Animal Care and Control. Tito is here to shatter stereotypes, show just how ready these dogs are to be someone's best friend, and prove that shelter pets are some of the most loyal companions you'll ever meet. Our hope is that every commission office and many residents will join in hosting a doggy ambassador or participating in the regular Doggy Day Out program. And for anyone ready to make the leap from host to hero, Tito is available for adoption today. And whenever Tito is adopted, the fee is fully covered by the District 1 office. So, a couple of things. On Friday, when we did the little public service announcement, there were 117 dogs. Currently, there's 113, so 4 dogs. I know, I'm like crying here. So 4 dogs got adopted, and also a cat got adopted. So I want to thank Brittany Fleming, Stephanie Sonahone, Jan Steele, and all the amazing volunteers at Animal Care and Control. And I want to thank Alicia Sanders in my office, who's been pestering me for doing what did you call it? Operation Work Puppy? Operation Work Puppy. But the beautiful thing about Tito is we had him on Friday. He was here all day. And then we went to Rocco's Tacos, sat inside in Rocco's Tacos in a corner. You never heard him. He was just doing what he's doing now, being loved and wanting to be loved. He's the product of a divorce. The folks just dropped him off at Animal Care and Control. So here is our joy for all of you today. You can adopt Tito, or you can adopt any of the other 113 dogs or 29 cats that are in Animal Care and Control. And you can also take a day out and you can foster. So please reach into your hearts, because if I didn't have 2 parents at home that were in their 90s, I would take Tito home with me. But, look at him. Look at this. He's posing. He knows the cameras are, and look at that beautiful bow tie. So it is with a heart filled with joy that I introduce you to Tito, and I introduce you to the great work that Animal Care and Control does for those dogs and cats and other animals that are left in our facilities to be rescued by all of you. So thank you so much, and you will see other puppies, other dogs over the following months. We're going to probably try to do it on a commission day, because here's a room full of people that are looking at this beautiful dog saying, I think I want to take him home. So please do. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Okay, so we actually have a business meeting, but before we do that, and if you all, I mean, whoever needs to leave because the proclamations are over, we would, that's fine, but we do have business at hand. And before we go on to the business at hand, you realize we have two new faces at each end of this podium. So I would like to welcome Administrator Abruzzo and Clerk Caruso. So Administrator Abruzzo, would you like to say a few words?
I will be brief, Madam Mayor. I cannot thank you and every member of this board enough for the past month and a half for spending the time, allowing me to kick ideas around, but most importantly, giving me your passion and your directives from the board. And with that said, I've had the opportunity to visit every single department, all 35 departments, and have actual working meetings with the department leads. And wow, do we have an extraordinary staff. They are remarkable. Their hearts and souls are in our county, and I'm truly blessed to be able to help guide them and lead them during this time. But I have to give, most of all, if I may, Madam Mayor, a shout out to Todd Von Laren, who served as administrator during this period. We've been working 80-hour weeks, and I might be light on those numbers. He has been a wealth of knowledge, and he will be serving as our chief deputy administrator under our tenure here. So I wanted to let you know that, Madam Mayor. And I do have to say to Clerk Caruso, it's such a pleasure to see you up here. You have an incredible team at the clerk's office. We say clerk family, but now in my role, it's our county family. And I'm happy you're on the job, and I know you'll do great, and you'll lead our courts and lead our finances here at the county into the next generation. So appreciate that, Clerk.
And Clerk Caruso.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. It's great to be home. Having spent the last 7 years in Tallahassee, I trade a 444-mile commute, 7-hour commute to a 2-mile commute and about 10-minute drive. So I'm very excited and honored to take the seat of Clerk of Court and Comptroller of Palm Beach County. It's I got to give a shout out to the governor who entrusted me with this position, and I thank him. But I hope to bring my experience as a forensic CPA, an auditor, and a legislator to this position. And as you said, Administrator, the great team we have there. I've only been in the office for about 4 hours, and I can tell the family and the team that we have there is just unsurpassed. And I look forward to continuing your investment, your custodial, and your management practices, Administrator Abruzzo. You've done a great job, and I'm honored to be able to carry the water, as they say. So thank you. I look forward to working with all of you. And as I always say, I have an open door policy. You know that from Tallahassee. You just walk in, and happy to answer or take your.
Be careful what you wish for.
And as I said, it's great to be home.
Thank you. All right, now back to the business at hand. We had several items pulled from our consent agenda. We will start with item 3C4. Does anybody want a presentation? Commissioner Sachs, this was one that you pulled? I'm sorry, Commissioner Powell, this was you?
That's me. Thank you very kindly,
Okay.
Mayor. Yes, we'd like and the reason I pulled it is a brief presentation. It impacts District 7, and it's an issue that a lot of the residents have been concerned about. So I just want to have staff have the opportunity to explain for those who are not here what exactly is happening on Australian Avenue. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Administrator Abruzzo. I am David Ritz, County Engineer, Director of Engineering Public Works. What you have before you is a motion to approve supplement number 8 to the contract for HSQ, which is a design effort for Australian Avenue, for about $592,000. To give you a little history with this project, we had several community meetings in the community to help with getting input from the community. A lot of the key issues in terms of walkway path and also saving the trees. I think the final design will save about 200 trees. We went out to bid about a year ago, last fall. A bid opened about December. We only had one bidder, about $80 million. It was way above our estimate, about $50 million. And so we have underwent a new redesign process, and this is what the supplement does. What it's going to do is going to break up the project in half, basically along 25th Avenue. So we have two separate projects that this will do and allow to get more competitive bidders and get a lower cost for the taxpayer. Our timeline for this project, assuming that the board approves this, we'll have the bid, we'll be going to bid in December 2025, the bid opening January 2026, going for the Board of Commissioners for our authorization in April 2026, and then notice to proceed May 2026. This is besides a drainage improvement, walking path, saving the trees. Also, we'll be doing all the laterals off of the main water line along that corridor, coordination with West Palm Beach, and also replacing 4 bridges along that corridor. So this is a major investment in the community. And then we also got a $13 million grant from Florida Department of Environmental Protection to help us with this project.
Any questions, Commissioner Powell?
No, thank you for that presentation. I just wanted to make sure that people know that this is moving forward. It is split now into two projects, not necessarily 2 phases, but 2 projects, so that the funding is available and the RFPs are able to be.
And those two bids will be done concurrently. And so once we get the bids in and it gets approved by the board, then we'll have an outreach meeting community to lay out in terms of the timeline for each of those bids.
Thank you for that. Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve this item.
I have a motion and a second, but I also have Commissioner Weiss's light is on.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Ricks, if you could, and I appreciate the presentation, but one question I think that the public needs or probably is asked is what the purpose of this project is, because there were claims made over the years that about what it was for, and so can you just reiterate why we have this project?
The 2 aspects. One is safety enhancements in terms to the pedestrian crossings. Also, there have been a lot of drainage issues related to this project, and so that's why it became eligible for a $13 million grant through the state. But 2 pieces of this, like I said earlier, is do safety enhancements along the corridor in terms of pedestrian enhancements along the crosswalks, also new signal technology along the corridor, and then also we're going to have a multi-use path basically behind the sidewalk, behind off the road, because that was a community desire to do that, and then because of the community desires, we did a lot of extra work to reduce the number of trees that are impacted. I think we're saving about 200 trees along this corridor, so this is huge. And then since we're in this corridor, we're replacing all the water laterals for the city of West Palm Beach as part of this project.
Thank you very much, and I think, I mean, this area has been prone to flooding for decades, and we expect that this project is going to relieve that issue.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I had the motion from Commissioner Powell, the second from Commissioner Flores. All in favor? All opposed? See, that motion carries 7-0. So now we are on to item 3E4. Commissioner Sachs, you pulled this. What would you like to do?
Thank you so much. What I'd like to do, if I could, I pulled a number of them, and I did them in areas where staff can respond. So rather than skip around, I wonder if I could start with the ones like page 27, 3E4, La Quinta, and then move on forward because we'll be using the same staff. Thank you so much. And the reason I pulled this, and if we could, this is on page 27, is And I want to say this. This is the largest consent agenda I've seen in my years here. And I think that it's very, very important, and I apologize for anybody who wanted to move forward on getting the agenda done. I just wanted to take a look at some of this flow of money so that we are sure that the money goes to the people who's in most in need. And that was my initial concern. Second to that, I have to thank Palm Beach County staff, Dr. Green, Dr. Fields, and Taruna for coming into my office yesterday and spending some time and explaining it. So not only are they going to explain it again to me, but they're going to explain it to the public, because we have a lot of money flowing in and out, and I just want to be sure that it's going all to those who should be receiving it, and I thank you all. So these are my issues, and I know that you'll be able to respond to them, Dr. Green. So with regard to La Quinta, we're getting a grant of about $7 million for a 2-year plan for 114 units. What happens, these are my questions, and I know you're ready to respond. What happens after the 2 years, and and who's going to run this process at La Quinta to make sure that people get the right services?
Thank you for that question. Just as a clarification, this is only ratification of the grant application. At this point, we do not know whether or not we are going to receive this grant. The reason for the grant application is because the La Quinta is designed to be for seniors and senior veterans. We wanted to be able to do some modifications to some of the units to make them more ADA accessible if we were to receive the grant. So the money that's applied for is primarily for those renovations, not for the operation of the facility.
What happens after 2 years? This is, it's not a lot of money, and I know there's been a lot of public conversation about it, and I just want to be sure that the money, and I'm sure hopefully we'll get it because you're very successful in getting grants from the federal government, but that this $7 million is going to take care. It's only 114 units. It's going to be that amount of money for 114 units to make them ADA accessible. Is this a good investment for the county to participate in? And number two, what happens after 2 years? Who's gonna pay for this after 2 years?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor,
Good
Vice
morning.
Mayor, Commissioners. So the units at the La Quinta are not going to be free, so there will be income coming in from the people who are placed there. And some of the income from the residents, the seniors and the veterans who are placed there will help with the operating cost of the units. And then we have an allocation from community services that will help augment some of the remaining portions.
Okay, so the people who will be placed there who are not homeless, there'll be no homeless people
Correct.
there.
Correct.
Right? But that they will provide funding
Yes.
to take care of this after the 2 years.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you very much. That's it. If anybody else. that's
Commissioner
fine.
Baxter, Vice Mayor Baxter, your light is on, and then Commissioner Flores.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning. A couple questions for you. This grant, is it coming back to us, and is it only allocated to this project?
At this point, we're waiting to see if we receive the grant and what conditions are placed on it. Whenever we do receive a grant, we bring that back and the grant agreement, we bring that back to the Board of County Commissioners for approval. If something were to happen that we're not able to move forward with this project, we would request, we don't know if it would be approved or not, that it could continue to be used for permanent supportive housing, whether it's for this project or any other project. But we wouldn't know until we receive the grant award.
Based on the language, if it would be project-specific or not?
It was submitted as project-specific as, for this project because we needed to have those specifics in order to qualify for the grant.
So then how could it possibly, then how would it be able to be used for another project?
We would need to make a request to HUD, specifically asking or requesting that we could utilize it for another project.
And then lastly, when this does potentially come back to us, I'd also like to get facilities to give us an update on the current state of the La Quinta, so the board can decide if we still want to move forward with this project based on what's been found.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Flores?
Yeah, first of all, to staff, I commend you on seeking opportunities to bring dollars to cover some of the cost. But in line with Commissioner Sacks' comments, I do want to clarify, while we are getting some dollars back from rental, this project was not meant to be self-sustaining. I think there are some ad valorem dollars that will be invested into this project on an annual basis. I voiced my concerns at that point. I would like this project to be as self-sustaining as possible. I understand that we are providing service to a specific group in our community who desperately needs these homes, and we're probably preventing them from becoming homeless. So, but if we can find ways to make this as self-sustaining as possible, I think we can make this project last for a long time. And in regards to Commissioner or Vice Mayor Baxter's comments, I understand there were some issues. So at some point, we would like to find out exactly where we're at with this particular project. So, but thank you for what you guys are doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Weiss?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and move this item for approval, and just comment that this is for a grant for capital improvement of the project. It does not go towards the operating costs, and if we were so awarded, it would provide the funding to be able to make some of the units more ADA accessible for folks. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. So I had a motion from Commissioner Weiss, a second from Commissioner Flores. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? See that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
The
We're gonna
next
move
item
on.
you pulled was 3E5.
We got it right now, 3E5. This is interesting because we were able to recover, and I say Palm Beach County was able to recover monies from the opioid resolution, and that was thanks to our good county attorney's office. Now, my question is very specific, and y'all know I've asked it before. We're getting a pot of money to take care of people who have opioid addictions. How many people in the county can we serve who have opioid addictions? That is, how many opioid addicts are there currently that we know of that we can use to work with this in the county?
Yeah, so we can tell you approximately how many are served through hospitals and through some of our agencies, which is around 27,000, but that does not account for individuals who have not come in for treatment, and so we wouldn't know how many addicts there are. And in terms of how many this particular grant for the syringe exchange will serve, last year they had 1,315 interactions with individuals. There were 300 people served with 88,000 syringe exchanges, and there was a bridge to treatment. So this program is designed to reduce the infectious diseases that occur in this county, like HIV and Hep C. And so there were 209 people that were referred to treatment, and also 102 people who were tested for HIV. There were 113 people tested for Hep C, and there were 247 overdose reversals. And so these opiate settlement funds do allow for the use of the expansion of the syringe exchange program, and so we're seeking approval in the amount of $1.2 million, which is budgeted for the first contracting period, but it's $500,000 annually over
Afterwards,
the
right,
next
I see
couple of
that.
years.
And I appreciate you consulting with me yesterday afternoon on this issue, because my interest is this. Hospitals see in the emergency rooms many people who are addicted to opioids. Sometimes they come from hospitals because they get addicted to the pain relief of opioids. Will some of the monies that we receive as a result of people dying from opioid overdose, will some of that go to hospitals as well, so that they can help those who they're releasing who are addicted to morphine and other types of opioids?
So the plan that we brought to the board in October of last year did not have any allocations going directly to hospitals. There was a portion that was allocated for deep end treatment for people who are in like residential treatment, but not specifically for hospitals. But we do work with hospitals, people coming out to make sure that individuals can get the care that they need while they're in recovery.
Can we do that, Dr. Green? Can we, in this allocation, because this allocation is pretty specific, and I don't have it in front of me now, but I do know that the monies are paid by pharmaceuticals and drugstores and doctors' offices that prescribed opiates. So I want to be sure that when we approve this today, that you will look into other areas where we can serve directly the people who are most affected by, since this comes from the people who have died from this, right? So, in the approval today, will you come back and let us know at a later date what other areas, what other sources, so that we can fund those as well?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Commissioner Sachs, for pulling this. This is one that I had a number of questions in my agenda review yesterday. And I think it's important just to have the discussion. I wrote it down. I wanted to make sure I was correct in this, that this is actually part of the state settlement funds?
Yes, it is.
This one, okay. And then later in our regular agenda, we'll be talking about our, the Palm Beach County settlement funds. Okay. So just wanted to make sure on that. And then also, because, you know, the syringe exchange program, I think it's somewhat controversial, and, you know, I needed to have multiple conversations to kind of bring myself around and to a point to where I can talk to residents about this, because, you know, the discussion can sometimes go to, you know, we're just giving clean needles to continue the drug use that is the problem. And I asked you, and you were able to give me, but I think it's important for people to hear. People are coming in, yes, to get a clean needle, but part of that process is to get them into recovery, to get towards sobriety. And you pulled some of those numbers yesterday. Could you, you went through it quickly. I think just for everyone to understand, what are the numbers we're looking at of people who are hardcore drug users going into this, but we're actually, you know, using this program to get how many into recovery?
All right, thank you. And I do want to recognize our partners from Rebel Recovery who have been operating this program since inception. We were the first in the state to stand a program like this up, and it's been very successful ever since. There were 1,315 client interactions, 300 people who were served. Over 88,000 syringes received and 84,000 exchanged. There were 209 bridges to treatment. These are people who were redirected to treatment. 102 that were tested for HIV, 113 that were tested for hepatitis C, and 247 overdose reversals. And so those were some of the numbers. The September agenda item, you'll have an annual report that's more comprehensive that will lay out all of the services and supports that come through syringe exchange.
And some of what you told me yesterday too was that it is, the number is increasing as far as how many are coming into and then, you know, getting into recovery. So that trend is in an
absolutely.
upward
Yes.
swing that didn't exist before.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think this is an important item for us to discuss, and the general public needs to understand why we would be, you know, working with a program like this and what the results of it are. And it's not just, because I think some of this was started to stop HIV transmission, but, you know, that's one part of it, but we want to get them back into a fully functioning life that's not, you know, what it is right now.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that.
Thank you. So may I get a motion to approve 3E5?
So moved.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Baxter, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 7-0. The next item you pulled was 3E8.
Thank you so much. This is on page 32. My question is pretty simple. $530,000 for rapid rehousing for the chronically homeless. And I find it fascinating on the wording. Rapid rehousing for the chronically homeless. To be chronically homeless, you don't have a house, right? Is that chronically homeless? So how many houses, how many roofs are we going to provide with this funding with the city of West Palm Beach, and where will they be located?
Commissioner, this is the continuation of the program. This is the second year of the grant from HUD, which we applied it. Currently, we have close to 40 people in various scattered units in West Palm Beach getting housed through this program.
So we have 44 homeless who are going to be housed. Where will they be housed?
So they are currently already housed. This is the second year of the program.
Okay.
So the HUD does not give funding for 3 years together. Each year we have to apply for this program. So the grant came to us last year. 40 people are already housed. This year, this is the second year for this program. So we are keeping them housed in those programs. And the next year we will apply again for the renewal of the program.
Okay, good. Where are they? Go ahead, Dr. Green.
When the Jerome Golden Center closed down, there were houses, apartment units attached to that deal. So the city has worked with the owner to take chronically individuals off of the streets of city of West Palm Beach and place them into those units that were rehabbed by the owner. And so the majority of them are housed there in those 2 apartment buildings and then in other sites throughout the county.
So we're going to house 44 individuals in those housing using the $530,000 together with the city of West Palm Beach?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
very good. Okay, all right. That's a lot of money for 40, you know, we could probably build a little more than 44, but we'll keep it at this, and hopefully one day we can have a little better economic feasibility for building housing for the chronically homeless.
Yeah, some of these programs through HUD does not have capital dollars. It's only for operating. So we really cannot build houses from certain grant funds. We can only use it for operating programs.
How about if I told you I had developers who'd build it for free?
Yeah,
We'll
that would
talk
be
about
great.
that later, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So I don't see any other lights on. May I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
I have a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Weiss. All in favor, all opposed. See that motion carries 6-0.
Thank you very much.
the next
Moving on to
item.
page 63, Vita Nova Home with ARPA funds. And again, I want to thank the staff, and I'd like to make this public. We're looking at here, is this your?
No, this is Mr. Brown and Mr.
Oh, good,
Serrano
good,
are
good,
coming
Doctor.
forward.
Okay, good. Hey, Jonathan.
Are you coming back for any other ones? So you might as well just say up here if you have to come back for the
No, I
remaining
think it's only me that's
4.
staying
Okay.
for
4 or
these.
5.
Again, I want to say for the record that I pulled these during the agenda review, and I want to thank Mr. Serrano and Mr. Brown for coming yesterday afternoon and discussing. I just want to make it so that you have an opportunity to let the public know. And this issue is this. Vita Nova is an excellent Is this the Vita Nova one?
Yes,
Yes, it is. Vita Nova is an excellent program to take care of kids coming out of a program, and $50,000 we're looking at for anybody who would qualify to get into this housing. My issue is this: 12 units, $3,100,000. Why don't you explain how this makes fiscal sense with this amount of money for 12 units?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Administrator Abruzzo. So this is a receive and file. We are bringing this item back as the Board of County Commissioners has approved $1.846 million for the construction of 12 units. The total development cost is $3.1 million. The units will be efficiency, single occupancy units, so they will house 12 young adults between the ages of 18 and 24 who are aging out of foster care and or at risk of homelessness. And the maximum income that they can make is based on the AMI at 50%. And an example of that would be for a household of four, $58,450.
We're not talking about a household of four. We're talking about kids, basically coming out of,
Aging out of foster care.
Thank you very much. Aging out. So I'm just looking at the fiscal opportunity of this amount of money for 12 units. Some of these units will be 2 and 3 bedroom. I would imagine. Is that what we discussed? No.
These will all be
one bedrooms.
One bedrooms.
For
Efficiencies.
12 units, $3,100,000. Can we do better than that? Can we build more units with $3,100,000? Why are we limited only to 12?
Well, in this case, Commissioner, the Vita Nova responded to a request for proposal. The Board of County Commissioners has already approved the funding, and so we're just bringing back to you what you've already approved.
So you have no authority as a director of housing to do anything about how many units we can build with this amount of money, Mr. Brown?
At this point, no, because the board has already made a decision.
So it's our fault.
Well, it's not about
We
fault. You made a
awarded it.
decision.
Well, I mean, when it comes down to it, we voted for it before. So we said $3 million, you can build 12 units.
So can I interrupt for a moment?
No, you can interrupt anytime you want.
Okay, so as a real estate broker in today's market, if you take the 12 and divide it by the 3.1 million, you're talking about $258,000 a unit, which you can't even buy today. So given the fact that these are not any of our dollars at all, these are not ad valorem dollars, these are not county dollars, these are federal home ARP funds, and they don't require a local match. This is the best way to get 12 kids that have aged out of foster care into a opportunity to start their lives in a safe environment. So if you don't have any other questions, Commissioner Sachs?
I do, yes, I do. I have a couple of comments. I think we need to be careful, and I think I'd like to see the county commission be a little more careful when it comes to this, because there are developers that will put these units together for a lot less. Some of them will get federal money to do it so that it's no county money. And let me state again, federal funds, I pay. I pay my federal income taxes. So we pay. I just want to make sure that it is in a fiscally responsible way so that when we are awarded this amount, and I thank our federal partners for this money, that we can do it in a way that really reflects the best that we can do here in the county for that money. So I appreciate that,
Yes,
Mr. Brown.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
and thank you, Mr. Serrano. And that's it. I just hope that next time I'm a little more careful before I vote for something and make sure that the money is well spent on, because it's American money, and I want to make sure that we do it in a responsible way.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr. Brown. I have no other questions at this time.
I have a motion from Commissioner Flores, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? All opposed? That motion carries 5-0.
And I think the same thing is with the other two items. Page
Next item is 3I6 on 64.
I8, page 66. And we're working with the same staff, and I want to thank you again. But I do need to...
Commissioner Sachs, let me interrupt you for a second, because you also pulled item 3I6, which is on page 64, which is an item previous to the one you're talking to.
Okay, 3I4. They're all the same with the same issues. So I'm going to say that, after my comments, that 3I6 and 3I8 and 3I10 all deal with amounts of money that we receive in the county from our federal partners. I thank them for this. I thank them, the American taxpayers, for having enough money to send to us so that we can take care of the folks who are the most needy. But I'd like to see that we are a little more careful and make it in a fiscally responsible way to build. I have developers who will build them, put them up within 48 hours. So I'd like to see us in the future. And thank you for the work you've done so far, but I think that we can do better with this amount of money. So at this point, I have no further questions on that, Madam Mayor, of those ones I've just designated. Thank
Okay.
you.
So we have items 3I6, 3I8, and 3I10. Commissioner Sachs, would it be okay if someone made a motion to approve all three of those together? Okay.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Sachs, a second from Vice Mayor Baxter. All of Commissioner Flores, your light is on.
Yeah, if I may, I think the main topic that we're sort of discussing right now is housing. And I think Commissioner Sachs makes a great point. We're always looking for efficiency. We're always looking to do more with less. I think we can all agree with that. But I do want to remind the board and anybody who's listening, we have a housing crisis out there. It is very expensive. We have people having to work 2 and 3 jobs just to be able to afford a $3,000 apartment for 2, maybe 3 bedrooms. So we are in the middle of an issue in this county. This board or previous boards has made a commitment to get a bond to be able to bring more units and supply online, because we know that there is a massive need. So I just want to make sure that when we're discussing this and when these numbers come back to us, unfortunately, a lot of this is market rate, what we get back, or it's based on supply and demand, and the cost of living has gone up. The cost of materials have gone up. Anytime I talk to any developers or builders, that we keep getting the same answer. What it used to cost 3 years ago is not what it costs today. So I just want to remind the board of that. I know we do RFPs. This is a competitive process. And anybody, any developer can bid on some of these projects that we're approving here today. So if there are developers that can do it for less, we want to welcome them to the table. And that's exactly what we want to do, more for less. But at the end of the day, we are not, in the construction side of the house. We're looking for partners, community partners, who want to help us build these units. And I just wanted to clarify that, because I know it's hard, it's easy to question dollars amounts here, but it's also what we're getting back from these RFPs. So I commend you, and I do want to make sure that everybody knows that we are in a crisis right now. I have people that are sleeping in cars because they can't afford rents. We bought La Quinta Inn to be able to make sure that seniors and veterans don't end up in the street, because HOA fees and insurance fees are through the roof. So we're in the middle of a crisis. I just want to make sure that got voiced. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As much as I agree with some of what my colleagues have said, we do have a problem with affordable housing in Palm Beach County, but we have a bigger problem, is infrastructure. We have residents. We keep trying to pile all these units in on top of units, on top of units, on top of units. And as much as I want to help with the affordable housing problem that we're having, we also need to be very cognizant that we don't have the roads and the streets to support all the new people moving here and the people that are here. So when we are approaching this, I'd like to approach this at a balanced approach and we can't keep doing high-density housing in places in the name of affordability because we're making our current residents miserable. We really need to do a much better job of making sure our transportation, our master transportation plan is in process, and taking a look at that and really analyzing how we can help our residents that are currently here, and then also try to help with affordable housing problems. But please, when we are doing these, we can't just keep cramming high density anywhere and everywhere in the name of affordable housing. And these projects, you know, they cost a lot of money to our residents. I mean, we just approved something over $1 million in subsidies for a minuscule amount of units. That's absolutely awful. So I think Commissioner Woodward has actually made the point a few times about percentages and keeping them under a certain point if we are providing monies to these projects. So I just want to remind everyone that we also have infrastructure problems when we start talking about units plus units plus units on top of units. We have other problems as well. And I want to say I'm very excited to see what our new administrator is going to help us with in accomplishing getting some of our infrastructure corrected. So thank you.
Thank you. We did get a motion and a second to approve all three items since they were on the consent. I'm sure we can take them all together. Okay, I got a yes from our attorney. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 7-0 for those items. But we do have one more on the consent that was pulled by Commissioner Flores, which are the Office of Community Revitalization 3E1 on page 107, speed bumps.
This is not even in my district. I just want to clarify that. However, when I think of $33,000 on 5 speed bumps, I just question how much is a speed bump? Because I'm pretty sure I can get somebody to do this for about $1,000 each. So I mean, like, it was just I was reading this and it just. How much is a speed hump? Help me out, guys.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and this distinguished board, and our county administrator.
You want to pull your microphone towards you so we can hear you, Houston?
It would help, wouldn't it?
And introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm Houston Tay, the Director of the Office of Community Revitalization, and if you wanted us to answer that question with regard to cost, at one time, because it's a bidding process, at one time our speed humps were like $2,400. And then that particular contractor no longer did business with the county. The next bidder that came in, I think those costs went up to $6,000. So we are, and all of that's done through engineering. So it's through a competitive bid process. If we could get someone to reduce the cost of a speed hump, we would love to do that. We would love to do that.
So how do we encourage more participation in roads and invite more bids or more contractors? Because, I mean, we're talking about, asphalt, right? I mean,
right.
Or are these rubbers?
These are asphalt. These are asphalt, but these are engineered. These are not speed bumps. These are speed humps, and they're designed to take the speed of the road. So if it's 25 miles per hour, if you're traveling at 25 miles per hour, you can easily go over the speed hump. If you increase that other than the 25 miles, you will feel the speed hump. So it's designed to keep traffic going through at a very specific rate.
Right,
So
right.
it's a speed
I understand. It's just, I'm just saying that this is for 5 speed humps.
Yes.
It's $33,000. And if that's the case in this little project, just imagine a larger project.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that we are being efficient with our dollars. I think we've heard this from this board so far. And I'm just using this little micro example to highlight, you know, how much if we're paying that for 5 speed bumps, imagine a larger project. So I was just trying to make a point, like we have to do better in the way that we go out, and if we have to go and recruit more competition to make the process more competitive, then we should do that. So that's all I wanted to do is just highlight
an issue that I thought was a little too much. So that was my point.
Commissioner, if I can, I did hear you on the point in your question about how do we do more and get more contractors available. We've broken up the way we bid on a lot of the projects before. We've got a lot more small project type contractors out there doing sidewalks, roadways, pathways, things like that. Tried to take down the sizing of the contract so it's more accessible to the small contractor to be able to access some of that work. Yes, $6,600 is not cheap, but that is a bid price, and that is consistent at least, and it's not that inconsistent nature. So every time we might be getting a different number and might be looking at something that's worse as well, but very conscious of what you're saying, and we're constantly working on trying to get more in the system.
And how many bids did we receive?
We don't handle that.
Two?
I'd have to check with engineering on that. So
Yeah,
we would work off the
engineering-
contractors that you have in
engineering does the
place.
bidding.
We bid the contract, and then you just task out the work on it, but that pricing is set.
Okay.
Price is set with that particular contractor.
Let me check with that.
Understood. Thank you.
Administrator Abruzzo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioner and staff, let's hold a meeting with our existing and reach out to multiple contractors. Let's have a contractor meeting, work with the industry to see how we could lower our costs. We'll meet offline about it later, but Commissioner, I'm committed to you, and I firmly agree with you that we should explore all options to make our pricing better in this area.
And we would be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Weiss and then Commissioner Sacks.
Yeah, just for historical perspective, there just a few years ago, these were costing about $10,000, over $10,000 a bump.
Yeah.
And that was so now that they're down to 6,600, that's almost 40% off of what we were being charged. I think it's also important for the public to know we don't allow, like in some jurisdictions, they just throw asphalt down on the ground. And for the folks that have to drive those roads, it's miserable. Here, we use a design standard, and it's done to allow people to drive at whatever the speed limit says they can drive over, where I can give you countless examples around this county where, if you drive at the speed limit and you hit some of these bumps, you'll damage your vehicle, potentially, hurt yourself in the car. So, there's a liability that goes along with doing this as well, that the contractors take on. So,
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks.
Thank you so much. And I respect the opinions of the commissioners. I think it's a new day today. I think we're going to look at construction costs for housing. Speed bumps is just sort of the, tip of the iceberg. And I welcome our new administrator's objective of having an open meeting that we can look at how we can make this county more fiscally responsible to the taxpayers. Life is expensive here. It's expensive everywhere. But we have to make it so that we in government make good use of our taxpayers' money. So thank you to our new administrator. We're going to open this up, and I think it'll be a really good idea to take a look at it, and it's a good time to start. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. If there aren't any more questions, I would entertain a motion to approve. I have a motion from Commissioner Flores, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor, all opposed, see that motion carries 6-0.
Thank
So
you,
now we
Mayor
have
and
actually
Commissioners.
completed the consent agenda, and I just wanted to say that there was a note that went out that said that we would be taking a lunch break at 1 o'clock if we weren't done with our meeting, and then resume at 2. So just wanted to put that out there. We are now at public hearings. This is 5A1. Can we please finish pace? Can we be over and done with this? Who's doing the presentation? And do we want a presentation? And we have 6 cards, okay.
Mayor, if I could, we do have a staff presentation, had one from the tax collector's office also, and then the residential PACE industry was going to provide you with a brief presentation as well, but we're going to start it off with our staff presentation, if that's the board's pleasure.
Is there anything new from that's not on this from the last one?
Good morning. Good morning, Megan Houston, the other Houston with Palm Beach County, here to speak briefly about PACE. So we have slides. We will call out the new things since the June 3rd meeting to get this rocking and rolling. I'm joined by Javian Green and Kyle Balfour with the Office of Resilience. So we are here to ask for your permission to move forward with the PACE ordinance as amended. We've met with industry, we've met with the tax collector, we've invited municipalities to this meeting if they wanted to attend. We looked at additional consumer protection provisions. This is the formal motion right here. I'll skip through. We've talked about why we need to amend. It's to align with the statute and avoid duplicating efforts. We've cleaned up some odds and ends as well, where we thought it was a little ambiguous after meeting with industry, and we heard from our tax collector, and we added another update to our consumer protection. So this is here for reference. I'll skip through. We know what PACE is. We have providers and districts. We have the Office of Resilience, who oversees the compliance, and our tax collector's office, who has their own duties with putting the tax assessment on the roll. We also manage the program on behalf of municipalities who do not have their own PACE program. Only 5 have their own. And there have been many versions since 2012 when the state enacted their statute, some basic provisions. The board came back, and in 2017, we enacted our own ordinance, even more consumer protection there. We lived with it for a few years, met with industry, learned how to improve and streamline the program. We added our own ordinance update, which had additional protections. Then the state came out with theirs. That's why we're here today. I'll skip through very quickly on the PACE projects, just noting that costs are increasing, as Commissioner Flores noted with construction. We see that trend in the value of project dollars here as well. And then we have added additional data here for the board. We heard last time from the board about asking for demographic data. We don't have individual demographic information for PACE projects. The best we have come up with right now is census tract information. So that is here. A dot in that region does not mean that that corresponds to that census tract per se. So it's the best proxy we can do. If that's something the board wants us to collect in the future, please let us know. So we have median household income, we have median age, and then we have census tract information of Hispanic, North and South, Black, North and South county maps, and white population here. So as we provided last time, I won't go through it because we've covered it, and I'm clicking and clicking until I'll just pause here to note that we have heard from the commercial providers still asking for interest-only periods. That's the board's prerogative, so on our closing slide, I'll ask for direction if the board would like to do anything there. But generally where the ordinance is stricter, we've left it alone.
Commissioner Powell, your light is on. Do you want to wait till the end of the presentation or now?
We can, but thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to spend a little bit more time on that heat map you were showing with regard to population at some point. So if you want to wait until the end, that's fine too.
It looks like we're almost done anyway. I agree. Go back. No, go ahead and conclude, and then we'll come back to the heat map because it looks like you only had one more slide.
Yeah, we're close. Yep. All right, since June 3rd, here's what we've done differently. We've added additional consumer protection measures to be able to target the lead generators who have the flyers and those sometimes deceptive marketing protocol. We've required all owners of record to sign the consumer disclosure notice. That was ambiguous, so we've required that to occur. And thank you to our tax collector's office for pointing that out. We've clarified that work has to be done consistent with the statute, and we've made clear that we were not requiring an extra step on the commercial side with final disbursement payment. So there's something there that we just say, follow the state, do what they say. We're not trying to add our own restriction in there. So that being said, we are asking for what we had brought to you in June 3rd. Additionally, with the June 3rd, post June 3rd, those additional measures that I just discussed. And I'll note here that if the board wanted to add the interest-only payments allowed for the commercial sector, our county attorney's office is ready to add that in and proceed accordingly.
I don't see an issue with the interest only. I mean, a lot of folks have done their mortgages that way for years. I think the clarification is important. It's that in the late, when we had the boom in 2006 and whatnot, there was like, pick a payment when you were paying your mortgage. You could pay the full amount of your normal mortgage payment, which included your taxes, your insurance on your mortgage, and your interest, or you could pay just your interest only, or you could actually pay an amount that was lower than that, which led to negative amortization on your loan. Just the interest only is fine. There are still loans right now that are interest only loans, so I don't see an issue with that being added to the ordinance.
Just to note, this would just be for commercial projects over $250,000 in value. And it will be a clarification to the existing ordinance or language that prohibits negative amortization, and it would clarify that interest-only periods are not negative amortization.
Okay, thank you. Before we go on, we did actually, because we've been all over the map today with the meeting, put you guys on hold for a second. I need a proof of publication. I had a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor, all opposed. See that motion carries 7-0. Thank you. I'm going to actually put you on hold for a second because let's go back to Commissioner Powell and the heat map. Commissioner Powell, do you have any specific questions? Was there a specific slide or all of them in general?
I want to focus on the heat maps that specifically outlined population and incomes in terms of the dots where people are getting the PACE loans and the non-commercial PACE loans. That's what I wanted to kind of see and have staff detail or outline if there were any significant things that stood out with regard to a deviation related to these maps here.
Thank you for the question, and it is a little, again, as a proxy, right? It's not perfect. So this map shows median household income census blocks, and a project in a blue zone would be a project located in a census tract where the median household income is less than $51,000. So we have kind of the raw data on the projects. If we're looking at a map of 2,000 roughly projects, we tend to see the least used, census tract income level is that more than $172,000 household income, which makes sense. Those higher income folks are probably not needing to go through this PACE financing program, but 258 projects were in that less than $51,000 category, 900 in the 51 to 98, 703 in between the 98 to 172. So I'd say that, not necessarily the lowest and not necessarily the highest, but in those next two quartiles is where we've seen the most projects within the census tract. And I'm thinking that makes sense. I'm not a data scientist, but gut check wise, I didn't notice anything strange other than you can start to see there's one cluster of blue where there's a high density of projects located in an area where median household income is less than $51,000. Anything else?
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss?
Yeah, I just wanted to concur with you, Mayor, in regards to the interest only for commercial. I think that's appropriate.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores?
So to that particular point, I agree. It's in the commercial side, that's fine. I think my biggest concern with the program was making sure that people weren't being taken advantage of in predatory lending and practices. So I had an opportunity to meet with some of the PACE participants, the providers, and they share some information that I thought is useful. Is there a cap on the interest that they can charge?
There's not a specific cap. There are guidelines that requires the providers to prevent unjust and unfair pricing. And that's a point where we've added that in. We're stricter than the state.
When I say cap, I mean interest rate caps.
Yes, correct. There's no interest rate cap. There's language where we would put the burden on the PACE providers and districts to make sure they're complying with fair pricing.
Okay. There is also if it goes over 10,000, they have to get 3 quotes. Is that also correct?
That might be an industry best practice. I'm not sure if that's a requirement in our ordinance.
I don't think it's in our ordinance. I think it's through the state. I'm looking at Neil. Are you there, Neil? Is that what we discussed yesterday? Over 10,000, they need three quotes? Or is that just a?
Yes, sorry, Neil Schiller, Government Law Group representing Renew and Mike Green. Yes, the new state law, Senate Bill 770, requires that if you have an expenditure over $10,000 that you have to get 3 bids in order to move forward with PACE for that project. Isn't that correct?
I believe, and I'm sorry, I did misspeak and say it was 3. It's more than 2.
More than 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Question to our staff is, if we wanted to make that a little bit more stricter, could we lower that number, that threshold? Instead of 10, could we do 8, 7, 6, 5? I don't know. Could we?
Sure.
We could be more restrictive, correct?
We could.
Yes. I mean, but I don't see that language in the statute. I mean, we'd have to revisit that. Industry saying that is standard, or that is in the statute, but I'm not familiar with that portion.
Okay. And the reason I bring this up is because I think this is a way to make sure that people aren't being taken advantage of by giving, selling a unit for double the price because somebody doesn't quite know. So if that is the case, or if it's not the case, maybe this is something that we should implement, that we request multiple before approving. That way that the consumer knows whether the price is in line with what they should be paying. Because what happens is, in these PACE programs, is that there's lead generators. And these lead generators sell the leads not to the company financing the project, they're selling it to the contractor who's gonna do the work. They go out there and they sell this unit for more than it probably would cost. And the person seems to think that because it's going through this program, they can be taken advantage of. So I wanna make sure that if we can implement a threshold where they need more than 2 quotes, that way the buyer, the consumer knows, you know what, this price is in fact in line with what I should be paying for this AC unit or for this window. So is that, I was trying to buy time.
Appreciate that. Let me just pull from the statute, Commissioner, and I'll kind of paraphrase it. If qualified improvement is estimated to be more than 10 grand before entering into financing agreement, program administrator, which would be us, must advise property owner that it's best practice, doesn't require it to be done, but best practice to obtain estimates from more than one. So it's not a strict requirement to go do more, it's just an advisement. So we would be advising them with our documentation that we have that it's best practice to seek more than one bid for work. And the threshold identified here is the $10,000.
Could we make that a requirement in this ordinance?
SB 180.
A requirement that every consumer obtain more than one.
I think over a certain
Estimate.
threshold. I think
Okay.
we select what the threshold is, but could we do that in this ordinance?
Restricted, yeah.
With 180 though?
Yeah, and let's look at it further and just make sure there's no preemption language that wouldn't allow us to do it. But my understanding is yes, we would be allowed to do that.
I would ask of this board that we consider that. So, thank you.
Commissioner Sacks?
I think this is a good discussion, healthy discussion on this because there's a lot of issues, especially to protect those who sign up, not really sure what they're getting into later until it's too late. Did you say, Ms. Houston, that there is no limit on interest rates that they can charge?
We don't have a specific cap on the maximum interest rate that they can provide. We have language where we've left our stricter language in, where the PACE providers have to have pricing rules and enforcement mechanisms to ensure property owners are protected from excessive or unjustified prices and charges. That's what we have in there as our added protection. It's not in the state. We've left ours in.
Do you think, and I'm asking a question to all of you in your judgment, as well as to the attorney, that it would be probably smart for us to put in a number for high interest rates?
I guess
What
the
is-
question would be to our attorney,
Yeah,
are
yeah.
we able to do that?
Because, I'm telling you, somebody signs up and they go, oh, yeah, well, it's 25% interest. I mean, even credit cards have cap on interest rates. But, so what if they say it's 45% interest that they have to pay? What is the homeowner going to do? Read the ordinance, read the statute? Of course not. They're going to lose their house. So maybe we could discuss that as well, along with Commissioner Flores's interest on that. That's a very important issue for the homeowner. What do you have something to say?
These proposals would be, I think, material changes to the ordinance, and this would be something that we'd have to bring back to the board at a later date with public notice of it.
I mean, we do the ordinances, they do the statutes in Tallahassee, right?
Right, absolutely.
We do the ordinance, so that's what we're discussing. I think that what Commissioner Flores brought up and what others brought up would be a wise decision for us to define in our ordinance certain parameters that would protect the homeowner. I see our attorney is agreeing, I like that. Go ahead.
If, with the mayor's permission. Yeah, we'll certainly look at that unless we're preempted, and I don't know the statute offhand. But if we're not preempted, we can make those changes. We are allowed to be more strict than the ordinance.
And we can follow up with the interest question. We have providers in the audience. They can tell us what they've been charging in interest or the range of it. Okay, Neil, would you come up and, because since you represent a couple of agencies here, or the agencies themselves, can you clarify for us?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, almost. My name is Jennifer Rojo Suarez. I'm with Renew Financial. I'm one of the PACE providers operating in Palm Beach County. Thank you for taking the time to go over the PACE program, right, and what's available and how we could work together to make it better. I do want to say that the program right now, the way that we are, everything that's gone through the SB 770 and the ordinance that you all have in place, it does have a lot more stricter requirements when you put those together. But in terms of the interest rates, what we have right now are for Palm Beach County consumers that have used the PACE program. We have, right now, we're at an average interest rate at 7.58 is what we have out of 23,050 assessments, give or take, here in Palm Beach County. So that's been the average interest rate, which is similar to the market, or actually lower.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, Mark Shuffle with Y Green Energy Fund of Florida. Thank you for your time and thank you for your engagement on this. Specifically with respect to the item that is before you, 5A1, we are here in support of that. And so appreciate the engagement. Your staff has been excellent to work with, and as have you all being engaged. Let me comment quickly on the two items that have been brought up, both of which I can tell you were thoroughly discussed in Tallahassee in the context of SB 770, which passed 2024 with an effective date of July 1st, 2024. As staff pointed out, there was extensive discussion on multiple bids, and as you heard, the discussion was, is 3 a good number? Is 2? Ultimately, what made it into the statute is for projects over $10,000 that there be a recommendation, a strong urging to get more than 1. That was because there was a lot of discussion, candidly, about availability of bids in the marketplace, which is kind of drove much of the discussion around that bill. It is difficult to find tradespeople to come out and actually give multiple bids. It was that's the feedback that we got from contractors and whatnot. And so appreciate your discussion, and obviously, as was pointed out, you can do something more stricter. I would just encourage kind of thoughtful consideration of that, because it does affect the whole process. Second one is interest rate. Again, commonly discussed. There is no fixed interest rate. It's driven by the marketplace, and so it floats up and down. What we find is, as Jennifer pointed out, there's an average that's in the 7/8. Right now, interest rates are a little over 8. What we find is that we firmly come in below unsecured credit card debt. We always come in below that, and higher than secured high credit rating HELOCs and second mortgages, kind of in that sweet spot in between, which really is behind the policy behind PACE, which is, it's not for everybody. It's a powerful tool, not for everybody. It's a niche financing tool that has its place in the marketplace. And so you have a very active program here, has been stated, over 23,000 assessments since you adopted the program in 2017. That represents over $500 million in capital that's been infused into your community, principally in the area of hurricane hardening and storm preparedness. Over 70% of the projects were in that category. And so we would ask to continue working with you and ask for an aye vote in support of the ordinance, which aligns 770 with the statute that came through with in Tallahassee with your own ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll call you back up when we need you, but I'm going to, Commissioner Woodward had her light on, and then Commissioner Powell, and then Commissioner Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. And first, I wanted to address Commissioner Flores, what you brought up. I definitely agree with people needing multiple bids. However, as a current homeowner who's can't get more than one person to come out and give me a roofing bid right now, which is considerably more than the 10,000. I'm just concerned. I don't want to put the onus on these property owners to have a requirement to get multiple bids when even straight up market, you can't always get a multiple bid. And some of this might be more of an emergency almost, if it's an air conditioning unit or something like that, where maybe the timing isn't there. I'm just concerned. I don't want to make it so burdensome that they can't actually use the system if they're choosing to. So, but the best practice is part of it. If we were to lower the threshold for that and then encourage people, if possible, that they should do this or they can, it's an option. And I do, just because the market is right now, there's not a lot of extra contractors to give bids on work. Even a neighbor with an air conditioning unit is calling other neighbors, I can't find anyone to come replace my unit. It's just, the market's a little tough. And I wouldn't want to use this program to make it so burdensome on the home. These are property owners that they can't use it, and they're gonna go, and I would hate for them to have to do credit card or something. Like, they're gonna have to have this work done, and if they can't use this because they can't find multiple bids, that's just my thinking on that, because I do think that's where we are in the county and just in the industry right now, statewide and even nationwide. I think we have a bit of a shortage of contractors to do this work. And with the interest, so I know that we're not putting a cap on it. Is this part of the excessive fees and charges that it does fall somewhere between that home equity type of loan and, the complete unsecured? Is that where, is it in the ordinance that they have to fall within that range? Because I know we can't say what that percentage is going to be. We don't know what the actual market's going to do, but.
Right, we don't have the range defined in the ordinance. What I would say is that their following market trends generally. So if we, right now, the interest rate being 9% on our records, the effective rate is a little bit higher than that with points and fees and things like that. But compared to a mortgage, right now, it's not that. It's a couple of points higher on the pure interest rate, and maybe like 12% effective interest rate. So they would be competing with the credit card companies, and I think they're following, somewhere in between there. So right now, it's when people call us asking about the program, we say get multiple quotes. Decide for yourself if it's right for you. You have other financing options, and it's tended to, fall within that range where it is a little bit more expensive than a home equity loan or mortgage.
Is it part of the program then to have that in the disclosure so that they could see what the percentage rate is being presented to them by the PACE provider and what, the equivalent market would be? Is there some way to kind of add that just so that when they're making the decision, they can see, okay, this seems high, but the market's high, or if it seems high and, the market is considerably lower, it's just an added disclosure. Is that a possibility?
They're using the LIBOR index now, right?
Practically, I think we can definitely add in, we can change our consumer disclosure notice template. We have statutory or ordinance authority to set that, and so we can have those ranges, probably, the look back on the prior year to update the consumer disclosure notice each year. I think that would be a smart idea to show those typical ranges, and that's not an ordinance change, that's a program change that we would be happy to implement.
Because I think as you hear from the board, we just want to make sure that people who are choosing to use this system have really all the information in front of them in a way that they understand and it makes sense and it's relevant. Not like you're signing your entire mortgage, but there's a few things that are really, interest rate's a big one because that's going to follow them for the next 20 years on however long it takes to pay this. So I think if we can update our disclosures with that, it should be helpful, I would think.
Absolutely.
And I'll add that while the PACE statute doesn't have a cap on interest rates, there's caps elsewhere in Florida statutes, like 520.78 caps home improvement loans at 12%, and generally under 687.03, all loans are capped at 18%. So.
That's it? Okay. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Attorney Mayer, for letting us know that the home improvement loans are capped at 12%, because I've heard said over and over again regarding this bill when it passed in the legislature. And although I was in the legislature at the time, we passed hundreds of bills, so to have me on the spot remember exactly what's in every bill or even the bill number would be a bit difficult. However, I've got my trusty dusty computer with me, and I was able to look it up. So just for the record, if this puts it in line with Senate Bill 770, this bill, as indicated, did pass in the legislature, but let's be clear, this was not a unanimous bill when it passed. When this language that would align passed in the legislature, was not unanimous. In the House, there were 24 individuals who voted no in this particular legislation, and that was bipartisan no's, right? Some of the people who voted no were Democrats. Some of those people who voted no were Republican. In the Senate of the body, which I was a part of, there were 2 no's, and what's interesting to note is that one of the no's is the current CFO, Blaise Ngolia, was a no on this piece of legislation. That's important. Although many of the Democrats voted yes, and there were some who abstained, either were not there or abstained from voting. One of the things that's interesting is you indicated, as the attorney said, in this language that passed, there was one requirement that was removed in messages. Messages is hard to explain, but it's the final bill passes, something's taken out by the House or the Senate, but the message bill, it removed the requirement that qualified improvement financing agreements for both residential and commercial property, that the program administrator must make a finding that the combined mortgage-related debt and the total amount of the non-ad valorem assessment does not exceed 97% of the just value of the property as determined by the property appraiser. So that would play into what our county attorney indicated. it deleted that language, so it wouldn't allow that anyways in certain areas of statute. The question I have was related to that, in terms of financing. I want to know why in particular that language was removed. But here's the other question for our providers. Does this loan require someone to, does it look at the credit rating of the individual who is applying for these loans? Are the loans based on the credit rating and ability to pay, or are the loans, and I know we've had discussions with related to that in our office, or is it only based on ownership of the property and those whose names are on the deed?
I'll report on what we've seen. So ability to pay is a provision we've added in with our last ordinance update. So right now, yes, absolutely. And that was something the state added in with their state statute update as well. On credit, one of the marketing items I've seen with PACE as a benefit for a financing tool is that it doesn't necessarily pull your credit. So it's not necessarily looking at that, but they have their own due diligence process to look at homeowner disclosures and bankruptcy proceedings and liens and things like that. So it's looking at those types of packages, but not necessarily a credit score of that individual.
So in essence, would everyone who's applying for a loan from the same provider be eligible for the same interest rate, or would it still vary based on the individual?
I believe I'll let the PACE providers speak to how they determine their interest rates.
Okay, prior to that, I've got one more question, and it relates to the maps, right, that you showed earlier. And as I look at these maps, the challenge that I have is, especially the map with regard to income and census tract data. Who or how, this is a better question, how is that in income, right? Let's look at that, right? So 51,000 to 365, I'm sorry, 51,365 to 98,375. And maybe I don't understand, why is that a variable? Because that's the difference between those amounts is $47,010. And then the next bracket is 98,376 to 172,266, which is a bigger gap at 73,890. And then below that, anyone below 51,365 is all encapsulated in. I'm so confused in terms of who. Is this the way census data worked? Because I haven't looked at census data in about 10 years, but I didn't know if the is that low income, or what's going on with this? What is this all about?
That's the question about how it's not an even quartiles, I think, right? Yes, that's something we've been digging into a little bit because we've been working with another division, but it's our understanding that that's how the census bands are generated. So we can definitely dig into that, and we can provide the raw information too, so you can see that. But I'd have to follow up with our colleagues.
Okay, and the reason I asked that question is because it's very difficult to take an analytical look at the data and to make sure that it's quantitative and it matches these different census tracts, because if I make $100,000, that's a big gap between 100,000 and 172,000. But if I make 97,000, then I fall in between the 51,000 and 98,000 range, which it's me at 97,000 and someone else at 52,000 is a big. I mean, in terms of income, it makes a difference when you're buying gas. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. So this is. Thank you for the maps, but they, to me, I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, they make no sense. So it was a nice graphic, but it's useless. it's difficult. Putting it together is just not working. So I just want to say that to kind of get to where we're going. But can we get back to the credit rating information that you were going to have our provider answer regarding interest rates? Thank you.
May I ask what the PACE providers
Sure.
answer to that,
Come on
please?
up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Sheffel again. So a couple of items. As far as the interest rate, there are multiple providers, and interest rate and what gets charged is highly competitive. It's driven by market, and again, we do come into that soft spot between completely unsecured and secured HELOC and second mortgage. It floats with the market rate. It's a very active interest rate, and it's candidly very competitive, and that's a good thing. That is part of what benefits consumers, is the fact that there's an active competitive. As far as the credit, the statute has two main restrictions. The amount of the assessment can't exceed 20% of the just value of the property. You're all familiar with that. That's driven by your property appraiser. And then secondly, the yearly obligation for the PACE assessment cannot exceed 10% of annual household income. That must be verified, and that is something that is part of a robust underwriting program that the provider partakes in. As far as the credit rate, we do not do a full credit. We try not to, and in fact, this again is discussed much in the context of the legislation and industry. As you know, a credit pull negatively affects the consumer, and so because this is driven by a priority lien position and primarily equity in a home, we try not to, the approach of industry is not to try to hurt the credit rating of the person who's trying to do this. And so we find, and what ultimately was approved by the legislature, is that we can do a income verification through various means, including a soft credit pull that does not negatively impact the consumer, to verify that maximum 10% annual household income. Eddie?
And just to add to that, before, right, we even get to that part of actually having the actual amount of the homeowner or their credit score, since it's not used, we also look at things like the bankruptcy history, or if the property is a reverse mortgage. So there's different knockout criteria that take place, so that we, wean out everyone that shouldn't be using the program.
Thank you for that. So the question I would have is, in terms of making those qualifications, do individuals from one municipality receive the same interest rate as another, or do different individuals, is there a distinction in terms of how is it determined who's going to get the 8%, who's going to get the 9%,
It's really based
or
on
12%?
in the market, just based on the market, or what's going on in terms of like that different type of improvement, is my understanding. Mark, I don't know if you have anything else in terms of that.
So for clarification, I would say if I live next door to a human, which clearly everybody's human, but my next door neighbor, if we apply for the PACE loan for the same exact improvement, would we then receive the same exact interest rate based on the fact that we live next door to each other and we're asking for the same thing? Or would you look at me and say, well, he makes this amount and his neighbor makes that amount, we will do the interest rate differently? How does that work?
I would say that it may be different, it may be the same. I think it varies. I could get more detailed information in terms of exactly what would determine that difference, if that's what you're, if you want that additional information. But the homeowner, yeah, it should be the same.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's a trick question.
Yeah, we're trying to find out what would be the determining factor.
Yeah.
Right. Would it be?
Hi, I'm Chris Nard, I'm the CEO.
Come up to the microphone, please.
Sorry, I thought I
No,
projected.
use the microphone because it's getting recorded.
I'm the CEO of Fortify Financial, one of the PACE providers.
Yes, sir.
The way the credit works is we don't look at credit score. but we look at a credit report to determine that they're current on their property taxes and current on their mortgage. Okay, those are the two requirements by the state. If you're current on both of those things, the way FICO scores work is that kind of puts a floor in your FICO score because you're making your mortgage payment on time. So there is a credit requirement. It's just non-FICO score based because they want wide access to the program. Rate-wise, the rate's the same generally for everybody unless the borrower chooses to buy down or buy up the rate. So the borrower may go, I'm not going to be in the house for very long. I'm going to refinance. So I'll pay a higher interest rate, but I want to pay fewer points. That can happen. The reverse can also happen, right? So where you see that a lot is people that need a new roof before they sell their house, okay? We'll never get a payment on that assessment because they'll get the PACE assessment, they'll redo their roof, and then they sell the house and pay the assessment off. So generally, we have one rate for the state. Certain borrowers can choose to buy it or buy it down, and the credit requirement is you have to be current on your mortgage and current on your property tax, which will floor your FICO.
Okay. Thank you. That's better.
Yeah,
That
thanks.
was the cleanest explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Powell? Good. Commissioner Flores?
Yeah, so I wanted to make a couple of comments. Usually, there's a right to rescind, which is 3 days, correct? So usually, this process takes more than a week, I'm assuming, to get across the finish line from when you begin, right?
It
Would that be-
varies. I've seen fast projects, and sometimes there are those emergency exceptions, like air conditioning breaking in the summer, where they
Right,
move
but they
quickly.
still have a 3 right to rescind, and during that 3, that's a cool-off period, you can't do anything.
Residential homeowners are allowed to waive their right to rescind for emergency situations.
So they can waive the right.
Can, yes. But generally, they have a right to have that 3-day rescission period.
Right. I'm still going to ask the board to consider the 2 quotes on over 10,000. I think we have to watch out for the most vulnerable in this community, and that tends to be seniors who we've seen over and over usually get taken advantage of. Right now, we have 2 providers in the county. Could there be more?
Yes.
Yeah. When we started out with credit cards, they were good actors, and there was very few companies that provided credit cards or basically an unsecured line of credit to people. And over time, more companies came and offer more perks and offer more things. And before we knew it, the interest rates on credit cards were through the roof. Most people today have many credit cards. And that is what we see in the financial industry, the biggest cost of debt for most individuals. College students get in over the head before they even have a real job. So I think it's up to us lawmakers to provide some safeguards to the community. So if it's something that we can come back and look at, I would ask this board to look at a minimum of 2 quotes for anything over $10,000. And did we figure out whether there is an actual cap on?
Yeah, not in the PACE statute, but elsewhere in Florida statute, there's a cap on loans up to $500,000 at 18%, and home improvement loans are specifically capped at 12%.
So we're 100% sure on that?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm okay with that. So that's it.
Okay.
Oh, wait, just a second. If I-
No, actually, we have, some other people have lights on before you.
Oh, no, that's good.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I tend to err on the side of less regulations, but also recognize we do need consumer protections, and I think we have an abundance of them already. And so I am going to make I am going to move to adopt an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Palm Beach County, Florida, amending Palm Beach County Code Chapter 17, that basically, as written in our agenda, it's pretty long. The clerk would like to do that and to move this forward.
Vice Mayor, if I may, you guys discussed being
The
in
interest.
favor of that amendment that would allow for, was it the week?
The interest-only payment.
Interest-only periods, yeah.
Including-
So,
Correct. Which I actually personally had to use when doing a construction loan for my home. So I think that's important that people can do that. And this is, I want to verify, this is not including, we are leaving the commercial as is?
Yes.
The interest-only period would only be for the commercial. It would not be applying to the residential.
I mean, the rest of what was written in red?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I got lots of seconds. I have a motion and a motion from Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Woodward. Commissioner Sacks, your light is on? I have a third from Commissioner Sacks. And we have 6 cards, so we're not going to take a vote just yet. So why don't you call up our 6 cards, and we'll give everybody 3 minutes. Commissioner Woodward, our 6 cards?
We have Rachel Hobbs, Chris Peterson, Chris Nard, Neil Schiller, Ryan Bartkus, and Aaron Reedy.
And if you just want to wave in support and say that you're in support, you don't want to. I'm waving. Neil Schiller's waving in support. Ryan's waving. Rachel's waving. Who does that leave us with?
We had Chris Peterson, Chris Nard, and Aaron Deedy.
Waving in support, waving in support, waving in support. Okay, we have all 6 waving in support. I don't see any more lights on. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? See, the motion carries 6-1. Okay. So after that, we are now on to our regularly scheduled agenda, and we start with airports. Ms. Beebe, you've been patiently waiting.
Madam Mayor, do we need a presentation for this?
I do not need one. Does anyone else need a presentation on A1, A, and B? No, I hear none, so someone make a motion, please.
I move to approve item 6A, 1A, and B.
I have a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? See that that motion carries 7-0. We are on to item 6A2, also airports.
A and B.
6A2, A, and B. Does anybody need a presentation?
I move to approve 6A, 2A, and B.
Second.
And I have a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Weiss. All in favor? All opposed? See that that motion carries 7-0. We are on to 6A3. Anyone want a presentation?
No.
I'm hearing none. Would someone like to make a motion?
Mayor, oh, go ahead. Okay, Mayor, I'd like to move item 6A3.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Weiss, a second from the Vice Mayor. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 7-0. We are on to 6A4, also airports. Anybody need a presentation?
No.
Mayor, I'd like to
none.
move 6A4 and well overdue.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for 6A4. We have no cards on any of these, right? As we're just steaming along? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed? See, that motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much for staying. We appreciate that. We are now on to regular agenda item 6B1, Community Services, and staff is recommending a motion to approve a budget transfer in the amount of $500,000 in the financially assisted agency's budget.
Mayor, unless we want a presentation, make the motion.
This is 6B1. I'm guessing do we have cards? Okay. So
So Mayor, I move that we approve 6B1.
Second.
I have a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? All opposed? See, that motion carries 7-0. We are now on to 6B2.
Do we have any cards?
2 cards.
And staff is looking for a recommendation on how to spend opioid dollars. So we have 2 cards, but would anybody like a staff presentation on this? Seeing none, let's call up our 2 cards.
We have, sorry, Micah Robbins and Christina Lucier. Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Yeah, you can wave in support if you want.
Oh, wave in support.
Okay, we like that. 2 waves in support, 2 cards, 2 waves in support.
Madam Mayor, I move that to approve 6B2.
I have a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Weiss. All in favor, all opposed, see that motion carries 7-0. You're welcome. We are now on to item 6C, 1A, B, C, and D, which is Palm Tran. This is grant dollars. Anybody want a presentation?
No.
Commissioner Weiss, your light is on.
I'd like to go ahead and move items C, 1A, B, C, and D.
Well, we got that from Commissioner Flores.
Oh,
And a
sorry.
second from,
Couldn't hear him.
from Commissioner Sachs. So this is for item C, 1A, B, C, and D.
Cards?
Do we have any cards? No cards.
Aye.
All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 7-0 for Palm Tran, first item for Palm Tran. Now we go to the second item for Palm Tran, 6C2, an invitation to negotiate. Does anybody want a presentation? This is on the issuance of an invitation to negotiate. Okay. Commissioner, we had a motion and a second, I believe, but Commissioner Woodward has questions. Do we have any cards on this one?
No.
Okay. Would you like a presentation?
Yes. If I could, just the presentation on the part for the scoring criteria, please. We discussed this in agenda review,
Yes.
and you know what I was asking for.
Yep,
Go ahead.
and I've asked Fredlin to just expand on how the scoring process will work, roughly what that formula looks like, and then we can talk about some safeguards that we've written into this that I think will help out with that as well. So I'd recognize her first, if that's okay, Mayor.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Fredlin Johnson, Director of Administrative Services for Palm Tran, for the record. So the pricing for each proposer.
Forgive me, I can't hear you.
Okay. The pricing for each is that better? Okay, thank you.
Not really, but.
The price scoring for each proposer is going to be based on a specific formula. So we're not able to say, proposer 1, 2, 3 would be getting this amount of points. It's based on the actual cost that is proposed. However, the lowest priced, responsive, and responsible bidder would be given the maximum of 30 points. And then the higher priced proposals would receive proportionately lower points based on how close they are to the lowest priced proposal, if that makes sense.
Yes. And if I could, for my fellow commissioners, the reason I wanted to discuss this, can you pull up the slide, I think it's slide 8, that has the evaluation criteria? Yes.
Slide 8.
The reason I brought it up was on a separate board that I serve on, we recently had discussion about having a contractor who was able to come in and basically buy the winning bid because they were the lowest. They scored bottom or next to last on every other category, but because their price was the lowest, they ended up winning the bid based on the scoring. And I just wanted to make sure, because we have 30% set for price, and then we have 15 or 10 on everything else. I wanted basically your assurance that if someone were to come in and be the lowest price and score bottom or next to last on every other category, would they have the most points?
So what we did is we ran a couple of different scenarios just to kind of give you a little bit of an example. So if I had 3 proposers, first one at 372 million, highest, 354 million being the middle, and 306 million. The 306 million would get the full 30 points. And then the 354 million as the second lowest would get 25 points. And then the third, which is at 306, would get approximately 23 points. So they're not running away with the whole thing. It really just depends on how close you are to that lowest bid, and then taking into account, of course, all of the other criterias.
Yeah, if Ivan can just share a little bit of some of the other safeguard pieces of this that I think will make you even feel better about just on the qualification side of it.
Certainly. So when you look at the total points that they receive for obviously the price proposal, that is in comparison to the other total numbers that come as a result of qualifying the appropriate vendors based on different factors, and that's how you determine which one actually meets a qualification. So it will offset some of the requirements where you can have a vendor that low bids a contract, but then they don't meet the qualifications required. For example, qualified vendors will have to demonstrate experience and a safety record of paratransit delivery for at least 5 years of service with an annual value of at least $10 million. Of course, that's part of the experience and qualifications. They'll also have to have a comprehensive safety system plan as well as a maintenance plan. So you will see that there also are other criteria for that. And they have to meet the Federal Transit Administration requirements, and that is to make sure that they have the experience, they have the knowledge, they have the mechanisms in place to ensure that they provide the best possible service delivery. Then, in addition to that, they have insurance requirements. There's a great deal of factors that are taken into account to make sure that they meet the criteria. So when you gauge the scores, well, I know that it's very important for us to look at cost. That was the direction from the board from some of the prior meetings that we have, but we also looked at innovative ideas to provide better, more efficient, cost-effective transportation that is going to bring all of that together, and that's another 15% there. So when you gauge the price proposal in comparison to all the other factors that put together to determine who's the most qualified vendor for this contract, that's how you differentiate the price factor versus the other qualifying factors to make sure that we're getting the best possible vendors out there. We hosted an event where we had multiple vendors that provided input and ideas as to how to enhance the scope of service. We foresee we'll have a number of vendors that will provide proposals for this ITN, and I'm pretty confident we will be able to get the vendors that probably will provide the best possible service, and will have the qualifications necessary to meet your requirements.
Well, if I could, just to make sure that I'm fully understanding, because we have 30% for the price proposal, but then we have 15% on the innovative cost reduction proposal, which comes to 45, really. So, I am all about us saving money and us getting the best price, but if we're giving, almost half of this is based on price, I just want to make sure, you can assure us, we're not going to have someone come in and lowball this, and then we realize later on, either they can't deliver because they promised more than they could, or, we're suffering in other areas. So price is important, but we have to approach this with balance, because you do get what you pay for. And I don't want it just to be, because how do you differentiate the 30% for price proposal and the 15% for the innovative cost reduction proposal?
Correct. So the innovative part of it, and obviously they're not just ideas that people are going to come up with. They have to be provable, replicative proposals that would obviously could be verified.
Okay, just to be clear,
yes.
Is the innovation part of what this is, or is it the innovation that drove down the cost? I'm curious if this 15% is tied to cost reduction, or is it called, is it the innovative approach that probably will lead to cost reduction, but how is that judged?
Correct. So the innovative approach that we're looking for are ways in which we could further reduce the cost the continuous increase of cost that we have seen now for a number of years. So the idea is to provide innovative not just
So I'm going to
technology,
stop
but-
you for a second.
Yes.
So in essence, you're looking for, what are your out-of-the-box thoughts that could lower the price?
That's correct. And that was really a directive too from the board, that when we came back to you over a year ago on the last RFP, was let's look at some innovative approaches and ways that we can do this. Where pricing begins and where it ends in terms of, curb versus, door to door. Those kinds of approaches that I think we saw from some other vendors who try to do that, and then looking at other options and alternatives like that. And it could include a whole host and variety of innovative approaches to do that. So it's not really more, here's another price piece. It's on the service side and some of those out-of-the-box innovative ways of approaching that to drive that cost down some more.
Okay, well, I'd like to hear more from my fellow board members as far as how they feel about the price part. But the second reason I wanted us to have this discussion was also to consider the scheduling of paratransit and whether or not we would want to have a separate RFP to have, and it could be one of the ones who win the bid, or it could be a third party altogether, but having the scheduling as its own RFP so that because we're planning to have 2 providers in this, which means we need a single scheduler. And whether or not, do we want to continue to be the ones to do that, or would we like to hire a third-party group that does this in other areas where they are scheduling, and to the point where we have a driver drop someone off and then they are told where to go next, instead of how we're doing it right now, where they have a list of, here's your day. And it's not the most efficient way to do it, and we already know that there's improvements to be made there, but would we like to have this as part of a separate RFP, or have it to be, one of these 2 that gets chosen is going to be the scheduler for both? I do think scheduling, I would prefer us to consider having an outside group that does this for paratransit. And again, this is what I would like to hear from my fellow board members, because the technology is there so that our drivers could be dropping someone off and then told, hey, and you see it on the system, well, you're a quarter mile from this next pickup, so that's where you're going next, instead of having someone who's in a different place, caught in traffic. However, we know how the system works, and it could be done much, much better. So that's the other consideration I would like to have the board discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores and then Vice Mayor Baxter.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Woodward made some good points regarding, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Regarding the pricing proposal. How do you guys gauge the key personnel and operations? Like, when you're evaluating that at a 15% score, is based on what? Like, based on people's resume on a piece of paper and their
Experiences, the experience of some of their top, lead management that they have that they're bringing to the table, their general managers, their mechanics. And typically, when you get a bid, it will come in and it will share with you who their team is on the personnel side of it, right? And so you might have people
But is it based on the local team or the national team? Because I'm assuming some of these companies are national.
Yeah, a lot of the companies are national, but usually what they're doing is they're coming in with a local team that is going to provide the service, locally to you. And a lot of those evaluations are on, and the questions we ask on those are, who is going to be our point person? Who are our boots on the ground, accountable people, day to day to our team in order to, make this work, and who do we call when we have an issue? And then on the operations side of it, in the proposal itself, they'll delineate what their proposal is for the operation of the service that they're doing. And, some of those vary greatly, some of those are similar. It just depends, but, those are part of the presentations that they provide and how they offer those kinds of things up.
And when it comes to the innovative cost reduction proposal, that aspect is something that I'm a big fan of. As they're moving forward and they're operating, how can it be more effective in the way that they operate the system? So I think that is key. 15% is kind of low in my opinion, because I think that's what we're really trying to do, is try to reduce cost where we can. I would be open to increasing that and maybe decreasing a little bit the price proposal, although pricing is important to us, obviously. We talked about this earlier. We're trying to do more for less. When it comes to innovative cost reduction, is that when we talk about like on demand, and instead of sending a bus, we can maybe use a taxi company to, so is that what we're looking for? Like innovative ideas where we can incorporate cars that are already on the road?
So let me, and hopefully I may answer both of you commissioners, some of your questions concerning the scheduling and that sort of thing. So when we are asking for innovative options, we're not limiting it to the different modalities, but also coming in with ideas such as how to improve scheduling, the booking of trips, the service delivery part of it. So basically, if you look at slide number 3, basically, we're asking them to provide innovative paratransit mobility alternative and or best practices in booking, scheduling, or dispatching services to reduce costs over traditional paratransit services. Most of these vendors provide services in probably 50 or 70 plus transit systems in United States as well as Canada. So they can come in and basically recommend the technology that we need to be able to maximize the use of our resources, as well as innovative practices such as we can schedule it better than you can. So I think the way that the ITN is written would allow that option, that if we need to go back and say, okay, so if you're proposing something here that we can adopt, can become part of that contract. So we're looking at 2 main vendors, we'll say 2 or more vendors, and by that, it gives us the option of saying, if we have one vendor that can do the scheduling, bring in the technology that could be adopted by another vendor, and better utilize the technologies that are in place. And you both are extremely correct on this right now, that our technology right now is not where it needs to be at. So they might come in and I worked at another transit system where we used one of the vendors, and they provided the technology that we use, and it was quite effective. So there are technologies out there that would provide dynamic scheduling and able to maximize the use of our resources.
So my last point regarding the scheduling component, I think scheduling is a key component of how we move people. And I am hesitating a little bit of adding a third vendor or a third entity to the mix, because now you're imposing your system on the 2 people that are actually doing the transportation. I'm gonna rely on you. What are your input and your feedback regarding going to a third party rather than the actual providers?
Quickly, for example, we currently utilize Lyft and UServe, and they are subcontractors of our existing 2 major vendors. And obviously, when you contract with a Uber or UServe through a vendor, on top of what you're paying per trip for that Uber or Lyft or UServe, you're paying a markup price also on the vendor that actually contracts for them. So this would be an opportunity that if you have a vendor that provides a unique service, instead of funneling them through another vendor, now you're paying that vendor plus another primary vendor who's making a markup on top of that vendor. So giving us that opportunity to be able to contract with 2 or more vendors may give us that opportunity to identify technology and innovation that we could potentially implement that could help us provide more efficient and obviously cheaper type of service.
Ivan, I don't understand that answer. At first, it sounded like, yes, it would be good to have a separate RFP, and then in the next line you said, but 2 or more vendors. So, we're getting.
Yeah.
I'm hearing a whole lot of words, but not a lot of answers. So let's do it this way. Is a separate RFP for a vendor for scheduling a good idea or a bad idea, given that this is the industry that you're in?
So I would say not necessarily a bad idea, but at the same token, I think with this ITN, we could make it happen. Should there be a vendor that proposed that idea and they can demonstrate that they can do it more effectively. So,
Because if we have two RFPs, if we have multiple providers and one provider has the opportunity to do scheduling, they can answer the RFP, right? If we do a scheduling RFP. So it would behoove us to be able to have somebody their main job is scheduling in the transit industry. They should have all of the connections. They should have all of the information. They should have the most up-to-date technology. So, anybody else have questions on that?
I just want one last question, if I may. To your point, Mayor, is this gonna, adding another RFP, is that gonna add another layer of cost by bringing in, I'm assuming it's gonna bring in a third person, it's gonna be an additional cost too.
I guess the answer to that is we would, if the direction would be for us to subcontract, for example, the booking and scheduling as part of this proposal, we just simply would have to look at the current cost of operations that we're not brokering at this time, and obviously that would automatically offset that cost. It would be, so what typically happens with vendors that acquire part of the operational responsibilities is they typically hire your own staff and bring them on board, so you have qualified personnel that knows the clients, the area, so I guess a short answer to that question would be yes, it's feasible. We would just have to readjust our budget accordingly.
Okay.
So in the RFP,
if I may, I just want, Todd, in your expertise, want to make this simple. Do we go out and hire a third party to do simply the scheduling, and then we get the two paratransit providers? What is the most effective one for the end user and two for the cost? I think that's the simplest questions that we're looking for here.
So just to kind of share on the scheduling piece, I mean, we've had these internal conversations. I mean, obviously we're not saying, oh yeah, it's a great idea, or we're not saying it's a bad idea, right? We're kind of back and forth, and we've been back and forth on staff in these conversations. So, you're not getting a definitive out of us either way, just because there's a software component of this, right, which we don't have yet, which we're in the process of moving towards, that will help us on the scheduling side of it as we move forward. So there's a couple components of getting into sort of a more effective scheduling piece. And Ron, maybe you want to share. Hey, Ron, if maybe you can just share on the scheduling side of it with the software piece of it that we're looking at bringing on board versus, how we would operate that without it.
Yeah, we're currently lacking in the technology area, and I think it was said as described earlier, yes, there is technology that would tremendously help us be more efficient that we haven't had. We're looking at presenting that in the very near future and give us the ability to not only schedule our core services more efficiently, but also software that will help us the trips that don't multi-load as effectively as other trips, the newer software, as you said, that refreshes continuously, that's not just looking at a driver going out with a day, that's only looking at a few hours ahead, if that can constantly be reevaluating the system. That's what we're looking to bring in the interim, which would be up and running prior to the bid going out. So I think we're trying to say it's not that it's not viable, but the software component first, then looking at what options come through with the RFP that does have the option of somebody presenting scheduling, all aspects of the program, most aspects of the program, basically, see what that presents. The selection committee on the board has the opportunity to evaluate those and what that's bringing to the program, then being able to look at, okay, is then another piece then needed after that? It's just, I don't think, definitely as you said, not part of this. It should be separate because you wouldn't want like one vendor scheduling for the other vendor and the problems that
All
would
right,
bring.
I'm going to go like this, because I know the Vice Mayor is chomping at the bit to ask a question.
Oh, not just ask a question. You've given a lot of round and round answers, guys.
Yes.
So it's getting frustrating for myself, so I can't speak for the rest of my colleagues here, but it's very frustrating trying to get a direct answer out of you at this current moment. I would like you to try to summarize when we ask you something into a very direct answer. I have some questions, but I am concerned about what answer I might get. So can we please?
Yeah, I would say this, on this proposal, I mean, our recommendation would be to move forward as we present it, and then to come back to you at a later date on the scheduling piece for the software component.
Excuse me, Todd, but I have to disagree at this point with what you're recommending, because if we can't even get a straight answer, I don't want to move this forward. I have a problem. I feel that entering a private sector agreement might even be the best, if we subcontract somebody to come in and run this more efficiently, might it be a better path?
We can add scheduling as an option. We can add scheduling as an option to this, Vice Mayor. So if that's something that, and I'm seeing that from a number of you, that's what you want to do, we can certainly add that as a component of this and move forward with it.
I feel like the more we can get the private sector involved and the less taxpayer dollars that we're putting towards this, the better.
Okay.
So if there's an area out there that's an option, that's where I would head with this.
So we can add it as a separate component to these ITN so we can see the pricing that comes in with these vendors and also do a cost comparison to see what we're currently paying and what it would be to go out for ourselves. So that would give us a better picture of the cost savings and if it is more efficient for us to contract through this RFP. But instead of going out with 2 RFPs, we can absolutely ask each vendor to bring in what it would cost for them to do the scheduling for us.
And as far as scheduling, what are the other operational components of this?
So there's a couple of options here. You have the booking.
I didn't ask options. I asked what are the other operational components?
The operational components are the booking of trips, the scheduling, which is your day-to-day monitoring, service delivery. Those are the 2 main, I guess, operational parts of it. Everything else is brokered. The maintenance
And is that currently
brokered.
a part of the RFP we're talking about?
It is an option there for the vendors to provide. So if you have a vendor that provides response and they can demonstrate that they can handle the scheduling, the dispatching, all of it, it's on this RFP as an option. So you could potentially have one vendor who.
And are we providing them, are we paying them? They would then be a vendor.
Correct. It would be one of the various vendors, or the 2 or more.
And do we see ourselves having to subsidize that?
There could potentially be some cost savings as a result of that you could see. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That was amazing. Short, answered my question. So that is where I would lead. I will listen. We have a lot of lights on up here to what my fellow commissioners would like to do moving forward, but as is and without direct answers, I have a problem moving this forward.
Well, I think the Administrator Bruzo would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, staff is going to postpone this presentation.
I did too.
Thank you.
Okay, we will continue the discussion. It sounds like we have more questions from staff, but let's see what the rest of the board has to add to those questions. So Commissioner Woodward was next, and then Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, and thank you for the consideration of the postponement, but I think that it is important that we all say what we need to say before a postponement, so that when this comes back, we're all on the same page. And thank you very much, Vice Mayor, for kind of trying to wrap that up, because I wrote down, why are we guessing and speculating on what this could be, instead of putting this in the RFP and having them actually come back and tell us what they're offering, what our options are. I mean, we should hear this from the industry. And I know that there are providers who are doing this in other parts of the country where they are, scheduling for an entire metropolitan area for that, they're paid, that's part of their contract. And there can even be multiple contracts for the drivers, but one scheduler. And that's where, the conversation of having one of these do the scheduling, I think that that's probably the best thing, but that they are scheduling the entire county. We shouldn't break this into regions or have contracts where people are doing different, we contract for our drivers and they contract for their drivers. That doesn't make sense. There should be a single scheduler. And I think if we put that as part of the RFP, when it comes back to us, that's a segment. I didn't mean like a separate RFP altogether, but there's just only one scheduler. And I'm not saying it shouldn't be us, but I think we should be made aware of what our options are. And if one of these guys can do it for us better, then they should. And that's how this should move forward. So whenever this does come back, and thank you for trying to wrap that up, because I think I was a little loose with it, perhaps. But, my other question, and sorry to add this if this makes it complicated again, but the booking is the part we're talking about, the scheduling. The qualifying of the actual individual rider, is that something that we continue to keep here or is that part of this as well? Because you have people who are going to either qualify based on ADA or transportation disadvantaged. Just to make sure we get it all out on what we're talking about, where does that stand in this?
And we're doing that
Quickly.
now in-house as a function, and I would recommend that keeping that in-house, just in terms of, there's incentive for vendors to want more riders to be qualified to ride. When we have that piece in-house, we can sort of be a little bit more difficult and a little more tough. Not to say that, we're trying to say people who qualify for it can't ride it. It's just, I feel like if that's on us, then we look at it with a closer eye and a finer tooth.
And to be clear, we have tightened up on the approval process.
Yes.
Not everyone gets approved. Yeah, it's actually a real process now.
And we have data that shows how we've done that over the last several years and have been pretty successful with it.
And we are in the process of requalifying people to prove that
We do.
they
You
still,
don't just get a blanket qualification like you used to years and years ago.
okay. So the part that I was very much in support of was the scheduling of the actual rides.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Clear.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss, and then Commissioner Flores.
Thank you. And to Administrator, I was not objecting to potentially postponing this item. I was objecting to killing discussion before I had an opportunity to speak on it. Couple things. As it relates to the whether the vendors provide the scheduling, I think I have no problem with them doing that. The reality is that they have the opportunity to purchase software potentially nationwide, which is much less expensive on a per license basis than if we do it on our own. So I think there's potentially some savings that needs to be considered, as well as, the concern of whether who's getting scheduled where and how. The data is going to show it. And so it's very easy after the fact to say whether or not something was not done properly or correctly. If you have multiple vendors and one of them happens to have the contract to the scheduling, the reports are there, and the facts will support whether what's happening is accurate or is right. And I agree with you, Todd, regarding qualifying. I think it's important that stay in-house. There's an incentive, if you will, on the behalf of the providers to have a lot more customers, if possible. And as you said, you don't want to disqualify anybody who should not or who should receive this service. On the other hand, we don't want to qualify anybody who should not. Because as we know, it's an expensive service to offer, and we have limited resources. We want to make sure that only the people that need the service are able to get it, and they're not pushed out or not able to obtain it because somebody who was not entitled to it has been able to be cleared for it. So those are my thoughts. And I have no problem having this come back, but as we know, this is a really important service to a really vulnerable population in our community. So we got to get it right.
Commissioner Flores.
First of all, I withdraw my motion. And this is exactly the process that we discussed about the RFPs. Do you see how if this thing had hit the streets, then we wouldn't have had a say until at the very end, and then it would have created issues. And I think this is what we wanted, have input early on so that we could get it the way we want it. So I want to commend the board on opening the process, on starting to ask questions, and on the way. I know it's going to take a little longer, but I'd rather get it right and then go out. So my last comment was regarding the system that you mentioned regarding we're going to be upgrading the system. So is it that we are upgrading the system, or is it that the providers are going to provide that as?
The original intent was we would be supplying the technology. We would come back for, we were in the process of going over the solicitation. I believe that what we've heard is to wait and have the vendors bring the software solution as part of the bid. So we would not present a software alternative.
So then the idea would be, if I am understanding correct, we get the bids back when we figure this whole thing out, and then we would select one of the providers to be the scheduler. Okay. I like where this is going. I think there's more conversations to be had, so I'm glad that we put the brakes on this for right now, and we can iron it out. So thank you, staff.
Thank you.
So, in conclusion, and I'm going to read it directly from the notes here. In accordance with the new process, 2 commissioners requested that a presentation be brought before the BCC. That's why we're here and we're discussing this. As a result, it's an agenda item looking for further direction. So the further direction today is do a little bit more homework, answer the questions that were asked of you today, and bring it back to us at a later date, but not long.
Yeah, we can get this back to you pretty quickly, Mayor. I think
Okay.
we're pretty clear on the direction from the board on what you're looking for to add, and I think we can do that pretty quickly to meet the expectation of the board on that. So it'll be back quick.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Clear?
So,
Thank you.
do you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. We're on to regular agenda item E, which is the clerk and controller, and this is just a motion to receive and file. The item is 6E, 1A, B, C, and D. Does anybody need a presentation?
No, so moved.
We have one card.
Shannon Chessman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I promise I'll be very, very brief. I'm going to talk while you guys are walking so I don't hold everybody up. So, Mayor Marino, Vice Mayor Baxter, Commissioners, Administrator Abruzzo, I'm going to have to get used to that, and Clerk Caruso. Thank you for the opportunity. With the conversation going on right now, and as your comptroller, my name is Shannon Ramsey Chessman. I'm the Chief Deputy Clerk and Chief of Staff and CIO in the Clerk's office. A lot of conversation with transparency, and as your comptroller, we prepare all of your financial statements, hence the receive and file. But we listen to the board meetings. We listen to the information that you're asking for. We listen to the public information and the transparency that you're talking about. So I wanted to just take 1 minute and bring your attention to 2 things that our office does on behalf of the county. In a $9 billion county, your finances are daunting. And as a CPA, I will say that again, they're daunting. It's daunting for the public to be able to work through the ACFR, light reading in case you can't sleep. But what our office does is a PAFR, and we went ahead and provided you copies. We've given you copies before, but I want to draw your attention to a couple pages if I can. Pages 7 in particular talk about all of the county's revenue. Right now, there's a lot of conversation about property taxes, but as you all know, a significant portion of your revenue comes from non-property taxes. We try to give the public, the board, anybody that's interested, a real easy way to dig in. If you go to page 10, if you specifically want to look at property taxes, you'll specifically see a chart related to property taxes. You can carve out those pieces. If you flip forward to pages 14 and 15, you can dig into the county's operating costs, whether it's a specific department or whether it's a type of cost. Public safety is a huge topic right now, so we've categorized that for you and the public. I'd be remiss, and probably Administrator Abruzzo would not speak to me again if I didn't point out page 16 in the investment dollars, where you can see demonstratively the income, the record income that we made for you. But this is an annual document, so it's great that we do it, but by the time we're putting it out and the audit's done, it's a little bit stale. Something I would like to show you is a program that we launched in March that we're very proud of, that's called OpenGov. It's on our website. I think it was supposed to come up on our website. No, it's not gonna come up. It says OpenGov. You just go to OpenGov right under Departments. Do you mind if I drive for 30 seconds? So, real-time data is what matters. So our office scrubs through the financial data every month, and we load that into OpenGov on our website. At any point in time, the commission and members of the public can see the actual revenue and spending by department. You can get into the line item detail if you want. There's a checkbook that has every single check that's written by the comptroller's office. You can see check numbers, you can see the vendor. Any member of the public that would like to ask for additional detail, we have all of your records digitized. So like I said, I don't want to take any more of your time. I did at least want you to know that this is out here. We are currently working with your ISS department to see if we can pair this up with the budget. What's not in ours is the budget information because we're not your budget officer. So again, thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to let you have lunch.
Thank you so
Commissioners.
much. All right, so
We have a motion and a second.
I have the administrator's light is on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 5 seconds.
Point of personal privilege?
I have been, since I worked with OpenGov to make that possible for the clerk's office, just last week, I have been meeting with them about what Shannon talked about, bringing it here right to the county. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right, so I see no more lights on. Motion to receive and file. So I have Commissioner Woodward made the motion, Commissioner Flores made the second. All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries 7-0. Okay, we were going to take a lunch break at 1, but we are basically to the board appointments, board direction, and staff comments. I know that we have our CFO in town, so how about we just kick through all this as quickly as possible, and then we can conclude our meeting and go on our merry way for the rest of the day. That work for everybody? Okay. Okay. Board appointments. We will start with Commissioner Flores.
All right, I have Maria Bencourt, reappointed to the Advisory Commission on Women, Humberto Rivera to the Aviation and Airports Advisory Board, Susan Diaz to the Business Development Board, John McGovern to...
I don't think your mic's on.
Okay. Do I have to repeat myself?
Yes, please.
Maria Bencourt to the Advisory Commission on Women, Humberto Rivera to the Aviation and Airports Advisory Board, Susie Diaz to the Business Development Board, John McGovern to the Library Advisory Board, and Marisela Torres to the Palm Beach County Sports Commission.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks, any appointments?
Yes, I do. I have Larry Chenier, Palm Beach County Sports Commission, reappointment, and Daryl Crate, Citizens Committee on Airport Noise.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to reappoint Josie Makovic to the Advisory Commission on Women, reappoint Sophia Gaeta to the Aviation and Airports Advisory Board, appoint Anil Sharma to the Library Advisory Board, and reappoint Daniel Kane to the Business Development Board.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and I am going to reappoint Mr. Doug Sanders to the Aviation and Airports Advisory Board, reappoint Steve Rockoff to the Palm Beach County Sports Commission, reappoint Reg Miller to the Water Utilities Advisory Board, and reappoint Elena Piralakis to the Tourist Development Council. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am appointing Mr. Thomas Moyer to the Water Utilities Advisory Board.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be reappointing Bruce Pelly to the Aviation and Airport Advisory Board, Jim Mostad to the Tourist Development Council, Hank Poskey to the Fair Housing Equal Employment, and Jim Kowalski to the EMS Advisory Council.
Thank you. And Commissioner Powell? No board appointment. Okay, so from there, we now go to staff comments. Administrator, do you have any comments?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just an update on board directives. Staff is continuing to close out some of these items. One of note, next week's BCC workshop, we will have a presentation on septic to sewer, water utility department, and parks. I'm continuing to work with staff on directives, and we'll have more comprehensive updates for you at your next board meeting. I also wanted to have a very positive note. I want to congratulate Dr. Miller for her team at the Medical Examiner's Office for gaining approval of their full accreditation by the National Association of Medical Examiners. This is a significant achievement, and I don't believe we thought we would get this until our new facility was constructed. So ahead of time, I was able to spend half a day with them, and what they do is, as you all know, is incredible. I did want to recognize our Chief Deputy Administrator, Bon Laren, for two significant items that he worked on from the staff side, along with many of you commissioners.
So just a quick thank you. We wanted to say for the 25-26 Resilience Plan grants that you approved the ratification today, Palm Beach County, of the $150 million that was allocated statewide, received close to $36 million of those grants in 4 projects. 2 in the Glades areas for wastewater, 1 in Delray Beach on a stormwater project, and then our Ocean Inlet Park project. So a real significant achievement for our staff, and thank you to the board and mayor for your support on those. Finally, I just wanted to say thank you to the Board of County Commissioners, our staff and administration, our county engineering, public affairs, emergency management, fire rescue, PBSO, our municipal, special district partners, and others in the community for a very successful closure of CSX at North Lake. We couldn't have done it without your communication. This was a true team effort, and it was as smooth as you could possibly be for that kind of shutdown. So thank you all, and thank all of the partners for that. And that concludes my comments. So thank you, Administrator Abruzzo.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
Todd, hey, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for your leadership during the last, I don't know how long it was, 60 days. But I really enjoyed working with you, the work that you did, the way that you handed it off to our new administrator. I just want to commend you on that work. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that very much. Yeah. It's been fun. It's a great honor.
Thank you. Anything else? Our attorney? Anything? No? We're going to board directions now. So we have Commissioner Woodward had something she wanted to bring up, as did the vice mayor. So Commissioner Woodward, go ahead.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Sure.
We need a motion to receive and file the board directives.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Flores, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor, all opposed, see that motion carries 7-0. Commissioner Sachs?
Yes. Are we doing BCC directions at this time?
We are.
Okay. I know are you going down the row, or how do you want to?
Well, we got two letters, and so I was going with Commissioner Woodward first because I received a letter from her, and then
okay.
we're going with with Vice Mayor Baxter.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I have one when you're done with those. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And all credit should go to Vice Mayor Baxter to start this for me. You've talked several times about the Children's Services Council, and I apologize, it takes a few times for some of this stuff to sink in, but I did start doing some research into it, and then the postponement of the previous agenda item that's coming back as a workshop spurred several conversations and that I've had, and I wrote a letter to all of you, I don't need to read it, that it was a little over 10 years ago, I believe, the Children's Services Council, the school district, and the county met together to discuss kind of the goals of youth and children at the time, and from that was born our youth services. There was, whatever, a lot came from that, but it's been more than 10 years since those three met. And it's apropos that we received the clerk's notice here because there's another entity that wasn't included the first time, which was the healthcare district. In the first conversation, what I'm asking for is for us to organize a joint meeting with us, the school district, the Children's Services Council, and now adding the healthcare district, because mental health has become a priority, and I think that they are taking it on as a priority as well. And the money that's being spent in a number of different ways, you know, it's kind of, we're the largest part of these tax bills. All of these independent taxing districts are taxing the taxpayers. And I believe we're all, I'm not going to say that we are duplicating efforts, because I don't think that we're paying for exactly the same things, but we are paying into the same systems. And I'd like for some of this discussion to be on what has been brought. You've brought it to us before. I now have a better understanding of what these different taxing districts do, but I think it would behoove us to sit down together, all of us, in a public meeting, let the public hear what this is too, because a lot of them do not understand what these different line items on their tax bill mean. These were created by the taxpayers. They voted on referendums to create these districts to pay for certain things. And I think it's time that we all come together and talk about what our actual roles should be, and what others, maybe we should have more expectations perhaps of some of these groups, and what our role should be. I mentioned it yesterday in my agenda review, wanted to make it a formal board direction, but thank you, Vice Mayor Baxter, for bringing this to my attention. And I'm having a better understanding, but I believe we should have a joint meeting. It's been more than 10 years. It's time, and the healthcare district definitely needs to have a seat at this table for the full discussion. So without any objection, I'd like to put that. If there's any other discussion, or if I've missed someone, anybody would like to add to this, I'm happy to hear it.
I think it's a great suggestion. And I don't believe we can get this done for our workshop, which is, so this will be something that will go on do we want to do it on a workshop day?
I'm not even sure, how was the last joint meeting done? Because bringing the school district, and there's, because they have seats at in the Children's Council too, and we have a commissioner on that council. We need that council. I don't understand the logistics.
So we'll
how
let
it was
the
done before.
administrator
You guys
work it out with with the different districts, and bring us some suggestions as to dates and times.
Yes.
Because this might even be an evening meeting, who knows?
And
So-
we've done them off-site before, to previous joint meetings we've held in other locations, so we could call it convention center or some other county facility outside of here too. So we'll make it work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, did you have a board direction that you were interested in sharing with us?
Yes, have we completed also Vice Mayor Baxter's?
No, we're going to let Vice
Why don't
Mayor
we
go
ahead and
last.
do hers, and I'll do mine.
Well, we're going to let the Vice Mayor go last, because one of hers is going to probably take a little time, so.
Oh, okay, well, this is pretty short. It's just my honor to rename the South County Civic Center to the Dr. Andre Fladel Center. It's in my district, and I would like to have that done at this time, and I hope everybody will.
You want to name a building after Andre Fladel?
That's what I said.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yes, we
Yes,
do.
and that's my motion, huh?
I'll
So it's
second.
support. Okay.
Clerk Abruzzo, excuse me, Administrator Abruzzo, you had a, no?
I believe the auditorium is named after him, so it would be just a continuation possibly.
Yeah, it's a renaming of it. We did this before, about 6 weeks ago, and I just want to make sure that it's done properly, and that that the inside of the building is already named in his honor, and at this time, it should be also on the name on the outside of the building. So,
Is this something we normally do?
Mm-hmm.
The naming of a building
yes,
in the
it's-
county?
it's
Okay,
pursuant,
just,
yeah.
there's questions that are going to be asked, and that's the only reason I'm asking. I know that, we've named insides of buildings after folks. We've honored folks that have left our auspices, so I just clarification. So
Yeah.
we have a motion from Commissioner Sachs, a second from Vice Mayor Baxter. Do you have something you would like to add?
I'm sorry, I was just saying normally it's public servants.
Correct. That's why I was questioning it. So I know that we do have, as you said, the auditorium is named after him. Naming a building after someone who's not a public servant is something that is not normally done. So we do have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So that motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much.
I do have a board direction as well, if I may, Madam Mayor, and I think it follows what our Vice Mayor Baxter and Commissioner Woodward has spoken about. But very specifically in our emergency meeting that we had with the hospitals, at that time, there was a mention made that, and I don't know if it was by one of our county administrators possibly, that Chief Durnan was going to be meeting with the hospitals. Maybe you can help me out with this, Mr. Bonlaren. Chief Durnan was going to be meeting with the hospitals with regard to their having access for our Children's Baker Act.
That meeting is scheduled for this Thursday at 1 p.m.
Oh, good,
So
excellent.
that will be happening. We will
Great.
provide you an update afterwards and share some information
And may
back to the
we
board on that.
also include that information with what Vice Mayor Baxter and Commissioner Woodwork is doing with regard to mental health for our children? I think that may also be very helpful to add that.
Okay.
Because, but it was during that emergency meeting with the hospital.
Yes,
So I think that was
that's scheduled for this week.
excellent.
Yep.
Thanks so much, Todd. Thank you.
All done? Commissioner Flores?
If I may add to her, Commissioner Sachs' comments, it's not just mental health. I think we wanted to get a good inventory of what's needed in this community and who's doing what to make sure we deliver the health services to our community. So I don't want it just to be on that one singular item, making sure that everybody is doing what they should for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter, you had 2 items you wanted to discuss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had already passed an ordinance, 2025-014, and I wanted to just make sure, because we've come across several things, I want to make sure that we are compliant so we don't lose federal grant dollars. And so I wish to give board direction to direct the audit committee to review the compliance with that ordinance and within county departments, and that the RFPs are also in line and that are being advertised. It's the DEI ordinance that we just passed. I just want to make sure that we're in compliance so we do not, because it was emergency, getting rid of basically any of that within the county, right? So that we don't lose grant dollars of over $300 million. So I just want to make sure that we are compliant with that because it's a lot of money at risk.
Who
It
does?
is.
I'm
It's
sorry,
board
Mayor,
direction.
Who does this? Who?
The audit committee, our auditor's
Okay.
department.
Okay, good. Excellent. Absolutely.
Concur.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And
So-
then the second one,
Well, let's take this one. So
Okay,
let's do a
do the
motion. We had a motion from the Vice Mayor, a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor, all opposed, is that motion carries 7-0.
and also I'd like to, I had a resident come to me, Mr. Nagira, which you can read in the background, I won't read it all to you. Just wanting to be able to duplicate what the neighbors in the same neighborhood have, as far as he has one large parcel, and we found a way within this neighborhood that he could also do what the neighbors have done. So in order to do that, I would like to initiate a comprehensive plan text amendment to exempt the lots within Tract 72 of the Heritage Farms unrecorded subdivision that is described in the affidavit as exemption as recorded in ORB 3635, page 646, from the lot combination requirement of policy 2.2.1-R. I'm not saying it again.
Just a quick, I know the attorney has a question.
I got a
so-
question too.
And so does Commissioner Powell. And so this is the
May
administrator.
I elaborate a little bit further before a bunch of questions, and maybe I can answer them all at once? Okay, so the resident has one large parcel, about 6 or 7, and across the street from him, there's parcels, same exact size, it's divided up across the street. I believe at some point they decided they wanted to combine them all. He wants to keep them in the same size, the same compliance, the same compatible with the rest of the neighborhood. But right now, he just has one large parcel. His children want to be able to own parcels next to him, so he's trying to divide these parcels up Again, meeting the same lot and size requirements that currently exist within the rest of the neighborhood.
This sounds like a zoning, can we, you know what, before we actually take action on this, can we get some input from planning and zoning? And is there, can the lots be subdivided? I mean, it doesn't sound like,
This is just an initiate the text amendment to come to us. This isn't voting on it. This isn't anything. Zoning will bring it to us, and so on. So we'll have them here next Thursday.
okay. I have lights on, though. Commissioner Powell, you were first.
Thank you for that. So my question would be, is this, I see it says staff initiation. Is this something that the,
Board would be
I say
initiating.
client, the individual who will be impacted, is this something that they will pay for, or is?
He brought it to me, and I told him it only makes, I would like to do this for him.
Okay. So is that?
Initiate.
You would
the
initiate.
staff bit. Yeah.
So my
commissioner
question
initiated.
would be, in cases like this, and I'm thinking, sorry, as a planner, and who has dealt with this type of issue, can I, is it, as a commissioner, now, say if someone wants to do unity title or a replat or a planning, can I?
Who pays the fee?
That's the question. Do we have the ability as commissioners to take it as a case and initiate?
In essence, this is, yeah, but this would normally be a private initiation.
That's my question. Is that something,
I
don't know.
I can
If it's something
respond.
we can do, I might
Whitney?
have some people.
Whitney Carroll, Executive Director of Planning and Zoning Building. Yes, this could have been done one of two ways. Either it could have been done by a privately initiated text amendment, which in that case, Mr. Noguera would have had to pay the application fee and go through that process. Otherwise, it could be board directed, which happens all the time where we have direction to change a policy or that type of thing. That's what this is.
Do we need a second?
Yes.
Hold on one second. Our attorney is shaking her head.
I thought I had clarity on this issue before, but now I'm a little confused. We're not changing a policy is one thing, but we're not changing a policy here. We're making an exception. What are we doing here?
No, I'm sorry. The board would be directing us to initiate a text amendment to the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
And then we would come back, and then there would be a transmittal hearing where we would, so if it's initiated by the board today, we would go back and do the analysis and then come back. What we'd be being directed today to do is look at changing the policy.
And it will affect two people.
Well, no, I'm sorry. The Track 72 includes 22 separate lots, or it
Right,
did at the
okay,
affidavit of
okay,
exemption.
But
Yes.
the text amendment will only practically impact two people.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. The text amendment is to change the policy that would require, usually, that they would not, this
Excuse me,
gentleman.
Whitney, as part of you guys looking into this, can you also then meet with them at that time?
Thank you, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go away. I have Commissioner Flores and then Commissioner Sacks.
I have a hard time supporting this. I think that this should be an applicant-led process, and it should not come through the board. I think I don't think that's our role to be on one specific lot, be making decisions. If they want to do that, they should go through the proper channels and do it the way that everybody else in the county has to do it. That's my personal opinion. I feel like we're opening Pandora's box.
Commissioner Sacks?
Let me understand. There's a man who has a big lot, many acres. He's got a couple of kids, and he wants to be able to allow his children to live, to have an accessory dwelling, not an accessory dwelling, another house on this big lot. Now, and I'm not a planner, but I am a family member. There are people in my district who are bona fide agricultural farmers. They have big lots. 50, 75 acres. They would like to have part of that lot, their agricultural land, subdivided so that their children can continue to farm because they're getting older. We do not have permission to do that today. Is that correct?
The case that you're referring to,
You know what I'm talking
I know what you're talking about,
Okay.
and yes.
Can we, and I think that would also, I think this is something that we have to do. And I think it's something that Vice Mayor Baxter's people also are probably looking at, being able to have accessory dwellings. I don't want to say accessory dwellings, it's a legal term. Want to be able to subdivide their lots so that their children can live there in another dwelling and continue farming or whatever it is they do. That's not legal right now, is it?
In this neighborhood, because it's an RR10 and it's got a restriction on it in our policy that prevents them from being able to subdivide to go back to the original platted lots. That's the difference here. These lots were originally platted in one configuration.
In one configuration.
Right.
Can we review that ordinance or that plan that we have that's presently in line right now and as the law, and review it so that those families, and I'm looking at legacy farmers, can have their children have their not accessory dwelling, but have a house built there so they can continue farming. Is that something that we could look at?
I'm just going to say one thing. It also depends on whether they have sold the development rights on their property or not.
Yeah, I know, that's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it.
Right.
But
And we can't give people permission to develop on their property if they've sold off all of their
TDRs,
development
right.
rights.
That's
So we have to be careful to not mix what we're
No, no, no.
doing.
We're
And
not talking
also,
about-
I think that, I know everybody wants to talk, everybody's lights are on, I'm going to go. I think that without stepping into a can of worms and affecting everything else that happens, if this gentleman wants to privately initiate this, I think that's the way to go. I agree with Commissioner Flores in this. I don't think this is something that the board should be doing. I think this should be a private initiation. And this way, we're not setting the precedent for other people to just come to our offices and say, hey, I want to do this. Can you sponsor it for me? In essence, is what happened here. And I applaud Vice Mayor for bringing this forward to try to help one of her constituents. But I think from a policy standpoint and what is out there already, that this should come to us as a private initiation. That's my 2 cents on it. I thought you were done.
Thank you. Can we review the law that it is today and allowing legacy farmers or bona fide agricultural to allow other dwellings, especially their children, to develop on their land? Is that something that your office can review?
I'm sure we can review it, yeah. I think what you're asking is you're asking to basically allow for another single-family residence by right on a lot. So that would be a multifamily type of situation. They'd have multiple, yeah. I mean, it's just thinking it through. I don't see that that's the way to get there. You'd have to have, and I'm sure you'd have to have a legal lot to put that other single-family residence there. And in the situation that you're referring to specifically, there are development rights that have been sold, and we did find a path for those individuals. So that was not the type of fix that this would be in the policy-wise. There's multiple layers there, and that's actually what we would have to conclude here too. Is are there other layers that need to be undone in order to make this?
But I think that there's a state law that just passed that allowed for bona fide agricultural land in the glades to be subdivided for other dwellings. And that's a state law, and we'll talk about this some more. I just want to be able to open the door, because I think that there are, to keep agricultural interests alive in this county, there are other counties that are doing this. And I would like to open the door so that people who want to continue to farm will have that opportunity. So if we can start the conversation, I think it's a really legitimate conversation to start.
Yeah.
We'll see
Okay.
where it goes, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So to be clear, there was a much longer explanation to this than just a private guy coming in. I did put most of it in the memo, but that's why I wanted to initiate it today, so it could come back to us and we could have further discussion on this. I wasn't trying to get into a big discussion today, which is why I gave the abbreviated as possible version, but this doesn't mean we're voting to do a text amendment. That doesn't mean that we all are going to agree on it. This just gives staff the ability to look into it and bring it back to us, and then we can make an informed decision. So that is what I'm asking for today.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. And so just to clarify, Vice Mayor, if this moves forward, would Mr. Nagiri then go through the process that everybody else would if they were doing something like this?
So this is kind of a very special, in a neighborhood, a circumstance that of something that happened. And there's a much further, deeper story I don't want to get into because of time, for nothing else. That I think that once you hear everything in the background, you probably will change your mind. But I'm just saying I want staff's ability to look in and bring us back the information to see if we want to help this man.
I guess my question is whether or not he brought it to you and for us to do board direction, does he have a path to do what he's trying to do through the system? Like, is there a path for him to do this as a privately initiated text amendment?
Yes.
And I mean, there was to Commissioner Flores's comments. This has been done several times by other commissioners where it's one of the things we get to do as commissioners. So I don't necessarily agree with the idea that this opens up the door to anything that hasn't been done in standard practice for a very long time. So again, I just would like staff's ability to bring us back information.
Well, I can appreciate that you were approached by a constituent. I mean, we all get constituents approach us with these items, but, you know, to Commissioner Flores's point, I need to know for sure that we're not making a special exception for something like this. And if it's about just waiving fees that anybody else who wanted to do this would do, I wouldn't be in support of that because, you know, the process exists for the county, for all of this that is put together. Everyone needs to play by the same rules. And if this is about waiving the fees, I would not be in support of that. But if this comes back as, you know, we're trying to help this gentleman and he still would pay whatever would be required of anyone else, that is the only way I could kind of see getting behind this. But if it is to make an exception for him where he doesn't have to do the same thing anyone else in any of our districts would do, and people come to us, and I applaud you for bringing it to us, but if this is about waiving fees, I would not be behind that. He would have to be, you know, in compliance with everybody else. So if that's what you're asking for, I could get behind that, and then Mr. Nagiri will pay whatever anyone else would pay. Is that what you're asking?
Again, I want kind of,
Yeah. I mean, there's another option. We could not initiate. We could just come back with the background, the information, give you all a presentation, and then you can decide whether you want staff to, then at that moment, you can decide whether you'd like to initiate it or you'd like to have the applicant initiate it on his own. I mean, that's another option.
Sure.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter. So the ball's in your court. What would you like to see?
We could come Wednesday.
I pretty much have said what I want to say. Again, I just wanted staff to look into this. I mean, we're prolonging it one more vote by not just initiating it. We could still turn it down. I feel like this is just one more it's one more meeting, then it's one more vote, it's one more, and we all up here like to say how we like things to be more efficient. Initiation still brings the information back to us and we can still vote no on it if you don't like it. Having it not be initiated, but just bringing the information back doesn't do any, I think it's a moot point.
Well, if I could, with the coming back, because you said there's a much longer story here, I think that we would all benefit from knowing that.
Which could come back even if we initiate it, I guess is my point. Again, I don't care either way. You want to initiate it, not initiate it. I want staff to bring information back to us. I'm just pointing out the fact that we can still say no even if it's initiated.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Powell, then Commissioner Weiss, and then Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In clarification, when you say initiation, are we initiating the text amendment or are we initiating the opportunity to do research?
And both.
Okay, because I would not be in favor of
Text amendment.
initiating the text amendment without having all of the information first, just because I need to see the scenario. As a planner, I don't want to, and, you know, AICB Code of Ethics, I want to know everything that I'm voting on. So, and I could probably still support it once I have the information, but I can't support initiation of a text amendment without having a plan for review in front of me. And I don't want to, you know, it's probably something I could support, but I don't have the information.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, and I think I'll just go along with what Commissioner Powell said, okay.
All right. Commissioner Sacks?
Okay.
Just information?
I move that we, give me the magic words.
We'll
I
come
want-
back with
I
more
think we all
information
want the
about this
information from-
request. We'll come back with more information about this request, and potentially we could come back as early as next Wednesday, so.
And I don't think we need I don't think we need to actually take a vote. We're just asking you to come back with more information, and next week
And
we'll
we're happy to.
have
But
a deeper dive.
not just on that specific one, but also on that possibility of complying with the state statute, but opening it up to other areas other than the Glades too. In other words, being able to have.
Are you referring to the farm worker housing?
Yes.
And that, yeah, and we've talked about that, and we do
Yes,
have a
we
separate
have.
item moving forward on that as well. And actually, so we can talk about that. I don't know if we'll be talking about it next Wednesday, but we can try to talk about it next Wednesday. And-
The time has come.
And also another thing is the accessory dwelling units. We're also coming back with information on that, which I think you all had given us direction to potentially look at other size requirements. So that potentially can help them as well if they wanted to at least increase the size of an accessory dwelling unit.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell, your light is still on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That is, my light's on in response to, or in regard to the next
Okay.
meeting.
All right.
Always.
Okay. So I think you have direction. Thank you, Board, for the discussion. It was nice and healthy. So now we're going to go to comments. So we'll start with, since Commissioner Flores left, Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few things that I want to touch on. One of the things, to piggyback off of Vice Mayor Baxter's board direction related to the suspension of our DEI ordinance, I want to just make sure that while we have while we're reviewing that particular policy and having it audited, that we also make sure and we see if there's been any impact to any vendors or any businesses that operated under that policy, to make sure that they were able to know the process to continue operating so that they're not impacted. There's not a negative impact there. The other thing I did want to point out, in my district, there have been a few, we already talked about, there's been a few losses. Recently, we had the passing of Mr. Tony Smith, who had spent a lot of time here at the county as one of the, I forget his position, but he had worked for the county for many years. Tony Smith has passed away. Want to make sure we acknowledge and recognize him. He was funeralized on last Saturday, and we did a memoriam for him. In addition to Mr. Tony Smith, as the chair of the Palm Beach County Caucus of Black Elected Officials, I want to recognize that we recently lost South Bay Commissioner Dr. Esther Berry, and her funeral will be on this coming Saturday. So she was an active and a sitting commissioner in the South Bay, in the Glades area in South Bay, and she recently passed away. So I wanted to make sure that we were aware of that and recognize and pay tribute to Commissioner Dr. Esther Berry. Additionally, just want to make sure that, we've all come back from vacation. I wanted to welcome our new administrator, Administrator Abruzzo, and our new clerk to the dais, Clerk Caruso. Welcome. Thank y'all for your service, and we're looking forward to working with you.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm requesting approval for an off-site proclamation declaring August 22nd, 2025 as Reverend Gerald Kisner Day in honor of his decades of faithful community service.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Weiss, a second from the Vice Mayor. All in favor, all opposed, that motion carries 7-0. Anything else? Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two quick items. I wanted to update two different things to residents in my district. It was on the consent agenda today, so thank you, Board, for approving it. Curbing will be installed on 47th Place South in front of the Andalusia community to address the issues of illegal parking and damage to the swales during the school pickup times and drop-off times. This board direction was given back in May, so I just want to say thank you for your support. Also, I would like to update some of my residents on the school safety request for the Woodlands Middle School area. Consultants are working on studying the area to expand the school zone and to include Garcia High School this week, and have consultants scheduled to review options for a physical separation of the sidewalks and travel lane along Lyons Road near the high school and middle school. They will also be looking into how we could create a pedestrian bridge over the Lake Worth Drainage District Canal in between the two schools. The studies take time, but I want to thank my board's support and for staff's working on this. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bobby, did you have an off-site proclamation you needed to request?
Madam Mayor, thank you. I request an off-site proclamation declaring August 24, 2025 as the 100th anniversary of Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church.
Thank you. Oh, we got lots of seconds,
Yo.
so we'll give the second to Commissioner Sacks this time. All in favor, all opposed, see that motion carries 7-0. Okay, hold on. Okay, Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. I just wanted to hope everyone had a nice break while we were away. And I wanted to thank Commissioner Weiss and his office, Niels. If you'll recall, I think it was back in March, there was a number of small dogs that got dumped in the wooded area in Lake Worth. And my husband, while I was on a Zoom call, tricked me into us fostering one of these animals that was one of the last ones left at the shelter. And of course, it's a foster fail. He's going to be staying with us. So thank you to, taking the call and having, I know Animal Care and Control went out with a number of our private partners. And a lot of the animal shelters in the county took some of these dogs in. And the little guy that we have, Toby, was actually born at one of the shelters at Barky Pines, where we also got our dog Fritz. And right now, they are wonderful playmates. I'm sure Toby will outgrow him soon, so Fritz is setting the ground rules. But thank you for the work that you put in and for all of our partners who've helped with this. And you'll look for social media. There'll be some new posts of the new guy coming soon. So thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacks.
Request approval for an off-site proclamation declaring August 2025 as Together for Sharon Month.
I have a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor, all opposed, see that motion carries 7-0.
Thank you so much. And then I'd like to also welcome our new administrators. Is Todd here still? There he is. Hey, Todd. I want to thank Mr. Von Laren for pitching it. It was amazing to have you take over. And I hope you didn't get too used to it, because we could always use you again and again and again, Mr. Von Laren. But I want to thank you for being part of the family. And also Ms. Caruso as our new clerk. I think, we all see Mike Caruso's a great guy. He's fun, he's happy. But he's also a CPA. He's very smart and comes from a very large family. So I look forward to having him serve as our clerk of the court. I've really enjoyed working with our clerks. And I know that a large part is because of the clerk of the court, Joseph Abruzzo. So we are so blessed in this county to have had Mr. Abruzzo not only as clerk, but as state senator, and now as county administrator. So you talk about having people in our community who can serve and serve so honorably. I am so pleased to see this, and many people in my district are excited about it, and I certainly am. So I'm very proud to welcome Senator Abruzzo Clerk Abruzzo, and now Commissioner, Head Guy here, Head Administrator Abruzzo. And I want to thank everybody. So good to be back from vacation. And it's good to see everybody again. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome. Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, I'm requesting 2 off-site proclamations. One, August 21st, 2025 as National Senior Citizens Day.
I got a first and a second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? All opposed? See, that motion carries 7-0.
And then I'm also requesting a proclamation honoring the distinguished service of Green Acres Fire Chief Brian Fuller, who recently retired. So doing a proclamation for him.
Second from Commissioner Woodward. All in favor? All opposed? See, that motion carries 7-0. Anything else?
And I just want to remind everybody that our kids went back to school and to be, oh yeah, we're very happy. But you know, be careful out on the road, especially in the mornings. Pay attention to your surroundings. There's a lot of kids walking to school. And I sit on the Criminal Justice Committee, and one of the conversations we had last week was that last year there was 2,500 kids that were arrested either in the schools, primarily because of vaping. 2,500 kids in the Palm Beach School District were arrested for vaping in schools. So it's not because of tobacco and the nicotine. It's because there's other substances inside of that vape. So I remind parents to make sure you check your kids' backpacks, that you have conversations, because your children, because they're purchasing these vapes and they don't know what's inside of the vapes. They could technically be arrested. One day you can get a call and be told that your child is in handcuffs because of a vape. So it's an alarming issue that's happening in our schools right now. So I want to raise awareness, make sure that you know, share it with your constituents, make sure that parents are checking their kids' clothing, make sure that they check nooks and crannies, because obviously these kids have it. A lot of the parents don't know, and before they know, they get a call, come pick up your kid in jail. So I know it's doom and gloom, but I want to make sure that we raise awareness on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will close out with we're having a canvassing special election for House District 90 to fill the vacant seat. There will be a special primary election on September 30th, and a special election will be held on December 9th. I would like to appoint additional alternates to be added to the canvassing board for this election, and actually going forward too. Erwin Jacobowitz and Robert Chalhoub. I think the canvassing boards needs people that aren't Board of County Commissioners, because actually one of the meeting dates is a meeting that is a meeting where we all have a board meeting. So if we have alternates that don't serve on the board, it's very important for us to keep the process going. So I'm going to put Erwin Jacobowitz and Rob Chalhoub as the additional alternates. And lastly, I'd like to just thank staff for handling CSX, FDOT, and all of the traffic and everything that went with the closure. It's over, it's done with, but I want to thank staff because they did go above and beyond. So thank you very much, and with that, we're adjourned.